Now, I would like us to get started. All is well and is set. It's our time to get started to our online facilitation. Now, who is ready to give us an opening prayer? If you are ready for an opening prayer, I'm going to. All is well and is set. Yes, I'm seeing a hand from Mr. Wabi Fred. Yes, you can unmute.
All right, let's humble for a word of prayer. Mighty and everlasting Father who is in heaven, we want to thank you so much for this afternoon. As we begin our facilitation by Mr. Bernard, I pray that Father you will guide him and help us to benefit even for our students and the nation at large. We pray through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wabi Fred. So I would like us to get started to our new lower secondary ICT facilitation, basically to the S4 candidates of 2025. You are most welcome. And today we are going to receive the final tips to passing ICT. The session is proudly brought to you by CABS ICT Resources Center. I know most of you have been following this YouTube channel for a number of resources, and today we are going to have a one-on-one interaction towards how we can best pass ICT, especially for Senior 4. A-level will be arranged. In the meantime, let's first have for O-level who are soon starting their exams. So the prayer is done, and I'm again your host, Kakul Bernard, who is going to take you through the entire session. So, Kakul Bernard, I'm an author of different ICT books. I'm also an examiner, I'm a facilitator, a consultant, and a trainer. So today, let's dive into our session. So some of these books, I know most of you are using them in your schools. Here they are, like ICT. I'm the same author towards this new curriculum ICT books, and more are there. I know some of you have grabbed copies for the A-level aligned curriculum. The books are there. Teacher's guide, the learner's guide, and then the designing websites using WordPress, Expression Web. And finally, those who won't be able to join us in this Zoom call, they will directly stream to that very YouTube channel. So this is our session outline. We are going to look at the key areas of assessment and how to respond to all the 5 items of paper 1. From there, we look at hands-on practical for item 1, where we manipulate the data using different application programs. From there, we shall look at hands-on practical for item 2. If the task calls for an online platform, what are you supposed to do? If the task calls for an offline platform, an offline document, what are you supposed to do? That is our focus towards this session. So to begin with, as a candidate, you must know a construct of that very subject that you are going to sit for in the paper. So a construct generally is a graduate profile that describes what you should be able to do by the end of a certain course. If you have taken a course, maybe you have studied ICT, and at the end of Senior 4, what are you able to present having studied all those different competencies? That's what we mean by a construct. Now, every subject has its construct. In ICT, our construct is appreciates and uses basic ICTs to solve societal problems. So, whether we are doing ICT theory or practical, we are trying to appreciate that ICTs have existed and therefore we are using them to solve different societal problems. Now, this construct in ICT, it has 5 elements. These 5 elements, they are the ones that form our test items. Now, I want us to dive into paper 1 and we look at those elements of construct. So in theory, we need to begin with planning. When you are planning to do this paper, you are supposed to plan as follows. Paper 1 takes 2 hours and 15 minutes. It's better you use the first 15 minutes here to interpret the questions and choose the best items for yourself. Because this paper has 5 items, and in these 5 items, you are supposed to do only 3. These 3 items are distributed as section A has 1 compulsory item. So meaning that we need to use at best 35 minutes in attempting and approaching item 1. Then when it comes to section B has 2 items, that is 2 and 3. Then you are supposed to choose only 1. That means that whichever you have taken, you are supposed to spend at least 40 minutes. Then section B part 2 has 2 items, that is 4 and 5. You are supposed to choose 1 item, and that item should take you 35 minutes. So from here, we are planning. The last 5 minutes should be for checking to ensure that your work has numberings, like you have numbered your work. Section A, item 1. Section B, part 1, item 2 or 3. Section B, part 2, item 4 or 5. And ensure that you have introductions on all your work and conclusions. So that's the planning for the 2 hours and 15 minutes. Having done the planning, now I would like us to dive into these elements of constructs. Section A has 1 item, and this item is taken from the first element of construct, EOC 1. It says, a learner appreciates and manages the computer system. So appreciates and manages the computer system. Now we are going to see which kind of items do we expect and where are they set from. So let's first begin with section A. So candidates who are here, you are most welcome. Let's now see how we are going to answer our items in section A. From there, we got section B, part 1, part 2, like that. So element of construct 1, which says appreciates and manages the computer system, is for the test item 1. And here, you are looking at the following topics. Topic 1, which is introduction to ICTs. And the purpose of you studying this topic is to ensure that when you reach in the paper, you can record some common ICT tools and their uses in various fields. And also, how can you take care of these ICT tools? So these ICT tools, basically here, you looked at the hardware ICT tools. And then that second topic, you are looking at computer hardware and system startup. Here you looked at a number of physical devices of a computer system and how each operates. And then you categorized them if they are input, output, processing, storage, etc. Then from there, you looked at topic 9, word processing 2, spreadsheet 2, database management system, basic software management, and system and data security. So the purpose of getting to know these topics is that item 1 requires you to identify ICT tools, you describe their use in line with the scenario, not their general use. Then from there, you bring their maintenance measures. This is why we have managers. So every tool you mention, you must bring the measures, how you can safeguard it, how you can maintain it, or call it a safety practice. So these ICT tools will be both hardware and software, both hardware from introduction to ICTs, both hardware tools from computer hardware. And then from there, you have word processing, spreadsheets, database management system. And then why do we need basic software management? You need basic software management in case you have mentioned word processing as a tool. We need to see how are you going to manage it. For example, ledger backups, saving regularly, or one can say you can update the software, or that is under basic software management. If you have mentioned the computer as an ICT tool on the side of hardware, you have described it, then tell us how can we maintain it to protect the system and data. That is by installing an antivirus, or one can say, let's have a UPS to protect it from power surges. That's why the construct says appreciates and manages the computer system. If that one is taken care of, then you should be able to respond to any of those items. Hopefully my voice is clear and we are good to go. Can I hear a yes that you are clear and the explanation is okay? Use the chat section to respond to me, yes or no. Great, good. Let's now proceed. I'm going to request one person to read for us this scenario. Raise your hand and then you take us through this scenario quickly. Read it. I have Marvin, unmute and read this scenario.
BF Secondary School is one of the greatest performing schools in your location and has a school secretary who uses a typewriter for typing. The activities of integration for some teachers and also types assessments lessons that students do at the end of their study cycle. At the end of last term, the secretary wrote a report to the school administration highlighting the challenges she faces to come up with the required number of copies for the activities of integration and assessment examinations due to the big number of students in the school. One of the school administrators has asked her to make a report outlining what would make her office work easy. However, the secretary is unable to identify what is needed to be included in the report and has approached you for help. Task: guide the secretary on what would be included in the report. Done.
Yes, thank you so much. Now, when you get to the scenario, we are saying that item 1 will require you to identify the ICT tools needed in solving the problems presented in the scenario. So you must identify those tools, describe them in line with the scenario, and then bring the maintenance measures. So when you get to the scenario, we need to really read it very well, carefully, ensure that there is a clear understanding of the scenario context, the setting, the characters involved, and then the issues that are presented there. That's how you need to interpret and read the scenario so that you have a clear understanding. So to begin with, we are looking at the secretary of the school. The secretary of the school. This is the character involved in the scenario. So you need to note the character so that in your responses, the character comes in. The secretary uses a typewriter For typing, activities of integrations for some teachers, and also types assessment examinations that students do at the end of the cycle. Last time, the secretary wrote a report to the school administration highlighting the challenges she faces to come up with the required number of copies for the activities of integrations and assessment examinations due to the big number of students in the school. Now, here we are looking at the character is the secretary. She uses a typewriter to do this work. And then she's facing some challenges to come up with the required number of copies due to the big number of students in the school. When you are going to bring an introduction, you must bring out the problems that you have seen in the scenario. We are seeing the secretary using a typewriter. The secretary is also facing a challenge with the big number of students in the school to come up with the required number of copies. That means that you need to have a focused introduction. Then after that focused introduction, highlighting the problems in the scenario, then you go to the body. And in the body, we are going to see how to present those responses. After the body, then we go to the conclusion. So, while we are handling item 1, these are the things we need to consider. The tools you are going to describe must address the problem in the scenario, or the tools must be focused on solving the problem in the scenario only. So nothing outside will be considered. The most sufficient number of ICT tools should be 6. So we expect you at least to bring a minimum of 6 ICT tools, minimum, as you are writing in your essay. The problem, the introduction, should be scenario focused, highlighting the problems presented in the scenario and how they are to be solved using the ICT tools. Finally, there must be a conclusion. Now, candidates, ICT tools needed, they are both hardware and software based. When you are identifying such kind of ICT tools, we expect to see a computer set, which can be a desktop computer or laptop, word processing, printer, spreadsheets, projector, database management system, public address system, CCTV camera or digital cameras, internet, external storage devices like hard disk drive or solid state drive, or cloud storage, a scanner, a point of sales system, etc. So this is how you should bring your ICT tools. And remember, these ICT tools must be focused solving the problems seen in the scenario. And how are we going to respond to our answers? You must state a tool plus its use in the scenario. Again, note its general use. After the description of this tool, add on how the tool is going to be maintained in one statement. Again, each tool should solve its own problem in the scenario. What are we looking at here? When you state a tool, describe it in line with the scenario, what it will help in solving that problem, and then add on how the tool can be maintained. So we expect to find item 1 requiring you to bring a report, to make a write-up, and in that report or write-up, you are supposed to bring the ICT tools, describe them and their maintenance measure. The task is likely to be 1, but if at all it has A and B, you can first give the tools on A, describe them very well, and then on B, you give the maintenance measures. But if the task is 1, like the one we have seen here, guide the secretary on what should be included in the report. Then you are going to state a tool and how it is going to be maintained there and then. Now, I've given you examples of hardware and software tools. I want you to avoid tools like a UPS, a keyboard, a mouse, monitor, keyboard, a mouse, monitor, microphone, speaker. But let's have tools that can solve the problems independently. So any tool you are going to identify should have a degree of data handling. And remember, when we talk about data handling, we have input, output, process, or store. Something like that. Now, instead of mentioning a keyboard, mouse, monitor, please mention a computer set. Instead of mentioning microphone, speaker, come and mention public address system, because the public address system will have a microphone, will have a speaker somewhere, and then in the middle, someone can call it an amplifier, etc. That means that this is a PA system that can process data or that can handle data. I think we are clear there with a tool that can qualify to be called an ICT tool. So we proceed. I'm going to request someone to read for us this introduction. You raise your hand and read for us this introduction. This introduction is scenario focused. There is someone called the, okay, we have Kome Secondary School. You can unmute Kome Secondary School. Read for us this introduction. Kome, unmute. Kome is not ready. Let's have admin reading. Admin, can unmute. Admin not ready. Please, I need to have clear names. Let's have Bweyogerere High School, unmute. One member from Bweyogerere High School. Take it on. We have Tinomson Osobat, take it on. Tinomson Osobat. The members I'm tapping to unmute are not unmuting. Nazareth High School, anyone ready can come and read. Nazareth High School.
The secretary of BF Secondary School is experiencing difficulty in coming up with the required number of copies for the activities of integration and assessment examination using the typewriter due to the big number of students in the school. And this can be addressed by recommending ICT tools that will ease the work of the secretary.
Yes. Now, when you look at our scenario, I've said when reading the scenario, please get the character involved. We are saying the secretary of BF Secondary School is experiencing difficulty in coming up with the required number of copies for the activities of integrations and assessment examinations using a typewriter due to the big number of students in the school. And this can be addressed by recommending ICT tools that will ease the work of the secretary. When you look at this introduction, it is what we call scenario focused. You must bring the character involved, the issues in the scenario. Don't begin by saying, I am so and so. No, that one is less important. What we need, have you identified the character in the scenario? And then, have you seen the problems presented in the scenario? And what are you going to do? That is our clear, focused introduction. Now, after looking at that introduction, let's go to the body And when we are going to the body, the best way to present our responses is by use of essay, or what we call paragraphs. Can I have one person reading through this ICT tool? Marvin, take it on.
To begin with, a computer set is essential to the secretary of the school. It will help her type assessment, examinations, and activities of integration. To keep it efficient and long-lasting, she would install an antivirus software like Kaspersky and
Yes.
regularly update both the system and software to keep them in a good condition.
So we are saying that the task was saying guide the secretary on what to include in the report. So we have seen that while we are writing our report, we begin with an introduction. After that focused introduction, then go to the body. And in the body, we are looking at the ICT tool. We need to mention the ICT tool. After mentioning the ICT tool, now we focus it to the scenario that to begin with, a computer set is essential to the school secretary. It will help her type assessment examinations and activities of integration. To keep it efficient and long-lasting, now here we are bringing the maintenance measure of our computer set. She should install an antivirus software. That one is enough. But if you want to proceed, you can give an example of an antivirus, and you can proceed and say the secretary should also update the antivirus software and also the Windows system, the operating system, to keep them in a good working condition. So state a tool, you will be given a score code I, and then for description, you'll be given a code D. So that means that you have identified and described. If the description is not okay, they will just say N/A. Or if the tool is not applicable in solving the problem presented in the scenario. So that's how we need to bring our tools. Someone else can read that one. In the here in the chat section, I have St. Joseph St. SS Indeva, unmute.
Secondly, she will need a word processor, IG, Microsoft Word, which will fully replace a typewriter, since it allows the secretary to type and save activities of integration and assessment examination and assessment exams. To keep this tool reliable, best practice would be to keep the software updated, save regularly while working, and perform regular backup on cloud storage or using external hard disk drives or solid state devices.
Thank you so much. So we said, to begin with, here we are in our essay. To begin with, a computer set will do A, B, C, D. And to keep it efficient, install an antivirus. So here, this is our computer set, and we have identified our hardware tool. Now we are saying, let's have an antivirus to keep the system updated. That's why we had the other topic of data, system and data security, by installing an antivirus there as part of management. Now here, we are looking at, secondly, she will need a word processor. So this tool we have identified, such as Microsoft Word. And that means that when you have Microsoft Word, you can even throw away a typewriter. So Microsoft Word will allow the secretary to type and save activities of integrations and assessment examinations. This is the description. And remember, we have said that the tool identified must solve the problem presented in the scenario. That's why here on the computer set, we didn't say to store data and information. No, we said it will help the secretary type assessment, examinations, and activities of integrations. When we came to word processor, we have said it will help the secretary type and save Don't say that word processor will help the secretary to save, to type and save documents. No, we need to see what is word processor solving in the scenario. Then from there, we maintain it. To keep this tool reliable, the best practice would be to keep the software updated. So update the software. We don't want the secretary to say, I've lost my work. So we are telling the secretary to save regularly while she's working, and she can also do backups. Backups can be done on external storage devices, such as hard disk drives or solid state drive. That is how we need to bring our tools. State a tool, describe it, and its maintenance measure. Someone can read for us this other tool. Let me pick, there is St. Maurice SS. Are you ready? St. Maurice SS. St. Maurice.
Note that the school secretary will need a printer, a multifunctional printer, preferably for producing hard copies of the activities of integration and the assessment exams. In order to keep it in good working condition, she should do.
Begin. So we are saying, more to that, the secretary of the school will need a printer. And we are saying secretary, at best, you get what we call a multifunctional printer. Because when you have a multifunctional printer, you can print, you can scan, and you can photocopy. So we don't want the secretary now to buy very many devices. In order, this printer will help in producing hard copies of activities of integrations and the assessment examinations. So here, don't say that the printer will be for printing hard copies and you stop there. Tell us what the printer is going to produce in line with the scenario. Then from there, tell us how to maintain it. And we are saying that in order to keep it in a good working condition, she should keep it in a dust-free area. Let the secretary cover it when not in use, and let it be serviced regularly using recommended ink or toner. That is the best way we can present our responses. So let me have a yes in the chat section if the responses are clear for item 1. Let me have the yeses. Okay. Now, something to clarify. We have had a number of you asking, is it okay to use tables while responding to my ICT tools on item 1? The answer is yes, it is okay. You can use the tables, but then we are saying preferably let's have essay format, the paragraph formats, because the paragraph formats here, when it comes to the competence-based curriculum, we are looking at the high order thinking. So when you are using tables, at times you may not bring out clearly the tool's description in line with the scenario, because we have seen some sketchy work. But if your work is detailed, maybe you have had 3 columns, you had a tool, then you put a tool, for example, printer, then you have a description, you describe it in line with the scenario, and then its safeguarding measure or its maintenance measure. It would be better. But we are saying for better approaches and answering, it's better we use the essay format, like the way we have seen. Because you see, you have a clear flow. To begin with, bring that tool. More to that, Or secondly, in addition, you are bringing your tools in that kind of flow. So that's how best we need to present our responses. And it is why we have had this online facilitation to continue guiding you on how best you can present your answers. So better use the paragraphs at best. Okay, I'm seeing some hands up. Hopefully these hands are not about to what I've talked about because they have been there for some good time. Let's try to lower them down unless we have something. Try to lower your hands. Yes, lower the hands. Good. Now someone is going to read for me the conclusion after our body. We have said we need to give a minimum of 6 ICT tools. Okay. Let me have Hosanna Christian High School. Hosanna, read this conclusion. Hosanna, are you ready? If not, we can have someone from...
We are ready, sir.
Yes, take it on.
By adopting a suitable ICT tool like computer, word processing, and printer, etc., and observing proper maintenance practices such as backups, software and system update, the school secretary can overcome her challenges and work more effectively.
Efficiently. So now we are looking at the focused conclusion. For you to earn a mark, you must at least bring out what you have discussed by adopting the suitable ICT tools like what you discussed above and observing their proper maintenance practices such as backing up, software update, etc. The secretary can overcome her challenges and work more efficiently. Remember, we are saying we need to solve the problems of the society. So on item 1, we are solving the problems of the society by bringing ICT tools and their maintenance measures. So we began with our introduction. So that introduction, for you to earn a mark, it must be focused. So that is our intro, INT. And at best expect 1 score there for introduction. Then we are saying when it comes to the body, identify a tool, describe it in line with the scenario, and give its maintenance measure. And at best, we need to give a minimum of 6 ICT tools. These ICT tools can be hardware or software based. And we have seen a list of them. So the video will be live on YouTube. Even after this discussion, it will be on YouTube. You can refer to it in case you missed some things, or in case we were faster at a certain point, you can play and pause that video. You rewind to see some of the things. So these are some of the hardware tools that are needed, some of the software tools that are needed, depending on the scenario that you are going to do. Now, after the discussion of how you are flowing, you must now bring a conclusion, which is CLN, our conclusion, which is also given 1 weight. So remember, as item 1 is being scored, we shall look at your introduction, the body, how you have presented your work, which we normally call the format of the presentation. So the format of the presentation will have intro. It will have how have you presented your work? Maybe paragraphs like the way we are flowing, or essay, or someone used the tables. And then also conclusion, that is the format of the presentation. So you shouldn't miss out those 3 scores at best. And then the minimum of 6 ICT tools were described in line with the scenario and their maintenance measure. If it so happens that you have received an item with A and B, A for identifying ICT tools and B for maintenance measures, answer that item the way it has been set. But then whether it has A, B, introduction must be 1 and the conclusion should be 1. That is the best approach for item 1. ICT tools and their maintenance measures. Intro and conclusion must be scenario focused. Now, I'm going to allow questions at the end. I will allow questions at the end. Let's now proceed. We are now going to element of construct 2. Element of construct 2 here, we are saying when it comes to element of construct 2, this is section B. This is section B, part 1. We have 2 items, that is item 2 and item 3. These items are set from this topic, I mean this element of construct. Appreciates ICT safety and proper management of e-waste. That's the element of construct. So meaning that an item is going to be looking at ICT safety, and ICT safety, we are going to split it at least in 4 areas. That is ICT safety, and then e-waste management. Section B, part 1, item 2 and item 3. This element of construct 2 is set from the following topics. We are having health and safety. That is part of ICT safety. We are looking at the user who is using this computer for too long is going to have some health problems like eye strain, back pains, repetitive strain injury, etc. So whichever consequence that result from prolonged ICT usage, you need to tell us the consequence, you tell us what causes it, and you give its preventive measure. That is how you need to handle health and safety. Another area of ICT safety, we are looking at oh, sorry, am I still clear? Let me know in the chat section. Let me know if I'm clear, because I saw my network getting off briefly. Okay. I don't know where I had ended briefly, but let me go back slightly here. Now, I was explaining that item 2 calls for, item 2 or item 3 calls for ICT safety and proper management of e-waste. And when it comes to ICT safety, we are looking at the safety of the user, where you will be required to bring out the consequences of prolonged ICT use, tell us what causes them, and their preventive measures or their mitigation measures, such as eye strain caused by too much brightness, and then it can be solved by adjusting the resolution to comfortable levels. If you have talked about back pain caused by poor furniture, this can be solved by using ergonomic chairs, something like that. So each consequence must have its cause and its mitigation measure. That is for health and safety. Then I said another area for ICT safety is system and data security. So under system and data security, we are looking at safeguarding the systems from any attack. This can be due to maybe thieves breaking into the computer lab, or there is a fire incident. something like that. If there is a fire incident, we are asking you for the causes, and each cause must have its mitigation or preventive measure in future, something like that. Then another area of ICT safety, we are also preventing data from any breach, preventing data from breaches. That is data security. So meaning that if you are going to donate some devices, one can consider first electronic wiping to remove all the data. You can encrypt the data. All that is under data security. Then the fourth category, we are looking at internet browsing habits, internet netiquette or etiquette. We are looking for the internet abuse, and then each abuse must have its mitigation measure. If it is immorality, talk about its mitigation measure. That is, those are the 4 areas of ICT safety. And then you must know how to handle electronic waste. Under electronic waste management, we want you to manage ICT junk, the broken ICT devices, or if there was a fire incident, what happened to the remains, or we have been using computers for too long, some have broken down, or maybe due to improper servicing or using unqualified technicians, or more to that, they are piled somewhere in a corner. We need to manage e-waste. So under management of e-waste, we want you to bring a measure. For example, recycling. If it is recycling now, bring a measure. I mean, a measure is recycling, then tell us the stakeholders, for example, certified recycling agencies, and then their roles. Then from there, you'll be good to go. Each measure must have a stakeholder, it must have a role. Now, that is how we better manage e-waste. Now, those who are noting down, these are the key areas: safety or security of the ICTs, preventing data breach, internet abuses and how to manage them, the health-related issues from ICT usage and how to manage them, and finally, you need to manage the consequences of e-waste, etc. So generally, here we are good to go. Those who are noting down, please write them very fast. Okay, those who are on YouTube, just pause the video and then you capture that. Now I want someone to read for us this scenario. Raise a hand and read us this scenario. Standard High School, unmute, Standard High School. Standard High School. Can you read?
A few days ago.
Go on.
Yes.
Let's read.
A few days ago, thieves broke into a computer laboratory of a school and stole various equipment. The network server was amongst the stolen equipment, and a lot of the school's important information was lost. As it all happened, some computers parts were broken and scattered all over the laboratory floor. The following morning, the laboratory attendant collected the damaged parts in a box and dumped them at the garbage pit, assuming that most of them would no longer function. Task: advise the laboratory attendant and the school management on what could have caused such occurrences and the measures they should put in places to prevent similar incidences. Demonstrate how the school and other partners can manage the items dumped at the garbage pit.
Okay, thank you so much. Remember here, we are looking at these areas. We mentioned the areas, safety or security of the ICTs. So when you look at safety or security of the ICTs, in this scenario, we are seeing that a few days ago, the thieves broke into the computer lab. So the thieves breaking here, meaning that we are looking at the ICT safety. Then more to that, there is school important information was lost. So we want to see how can we secure such kind of important information in the future or after the incident had happened. Then some broken parts were left and scattered all over the laboratory. So if they are scattered around all over, a smart candidate need to bring out the consequences of scattered e-waste. And the consequences of scattered e-waste is on air, it causes air pollution. On land, it causes land pollution. And then on water, it contaminates drinking water and it affects aquatic life, something like that. So meaning that in your task, you are supposed to tell us what could have caused the thieves breaking into the computer lab, maybe weak doors and windows, and you suggest burglar proofing, something like that. Then, to demonstrate how the school partners can manage items dumped, you are supposed to bring a measure, e.g., they can think about recycling as a measure. Then talk about the stakeholders. Stakeholders can be certified recycling agencies or the school management itself, and then you tell us their roles. If it is the certified recycling agencies, their role is to collect and recycle the damaged equipment. So a measure, a stakeholder, and a role, a three-dimensional answer. Like the way we said on item 1, bring a tool, describe it, and maintain it. So that was on item 1. Now here also on management of e-waste, we must have it in a three-dimensional format. Another one to read for us this scenario. Raise your hand and take us through this scenario. I'm picking, let me, Kamoga James. Kamoga James. Kamoga James, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, take it on.
Yes, who has finished the university course, has been employed by one of the most prominent financial institutions in your location. The institution has computerized most of its work, and it is tasked with a lot of work, which keeps her busy for longer hours while using ICTs. This has made her experience some.
Moga's network is not okay. We can have someone else taking it on. Let's have someone else taking it on. Kisoka High School, Tororo. Kisoka High School, Tororo. Unmute. Kisoka High School, Tororo.
Your sister who has finished her university course has been employed by one of the most prominent financial institutions in your location. The institution has computerized most of its work, and she is tasked with a lot of work, which keeps her busy for long hours while using ICTs. This has made her experience. This has
Proceed,
made
please, and finish.
Pardon?
Please proceed and finish.
This has made her experience some health issues in her office. there are several ICTs that broke down because the institution has been servicing the ICTs through unprofessional technicians. The institution head has asked your sister to properly handle the broken ICTs. However, she lacks the knowledge on how best to handle her challenges and has approached you for help. Task: guide your sister on how to effectively handle her challenges.
Okay, thank you so much. That is our task. Now, item 2 and item 3, most of the time, they can be with A and B. Once they have A and B, if they have A and B, you are still supposed to give one introduction and one conclusion. You don't need to bring very many introductions. Bring one introduction and one conclusion. Okay. Now here, we are supposed to again read the scenario carefully and identify those key areas. Your sister. So when you look at our sister, this sister of ours is the character involved in the scenario. Then let's look at the issues presented here. Some of the issues presented here is that she has too much work, which keeps her busy for longer hours using computers. Automatically there, you have seen that these are health-related issues from prolonged ICT usage. There are several ICTs broken down because the institution has been servicing using unprofessional technicians. So meaning that we have now what we call e-waste. So this task has the health-related issues and e-waste management. That is what you are going to bring in your guide. So you need to have a clear, focused introduction. Can someone read for us this introduction? A new person to take us through this introduction? Corey, Comprehensive, Bukedia. Comprehensive, Bukedia, are you ready? Take it on. Yes. That is our focused introduction.
My sister has recently been employed in a prominent financial institution where ICTs are heavily used for daily operations. Because of long working hours on the computers, she is experiencing several health-related problems. At the same time, the institution faces the challenges of broken down ICTs equipment caused by unprofessional serving. And she has been tasked to handle this e-waste responsibly. To succeed in her new role, this guide provides practical solutions that will protect her health and ensure proper management of ICTs in the workplace.
Okay. So here, that is your focused introduction. Bring the character involved. You tell us the issues. Because of working longer hours on computers, she's experiencing health-related problems. You know, she doesn't know some of these problems. So in your write-up, you will tell us a problem, what causes it, and its measure. At the same time, we are seeing our sister having challenges with the broken ICT equipment. And now, one of the administrators told her to handle everything. So you are saying this guide provides a practical approach on how she will handle everything in her office, including her health. Can you say it is clear on how to introduce on item 2 and 3? You can say yes in the chat section, because all of us can't read at the same time, but at least a yes in the chat section shows that we are active. Okay, so that was our clear introduction on how best we need to come out when we are starting item 2 or item 3. Now, we need to look at the following areas. In case you have seen that the item is saying e-waste is scattered somewhere, or they are facing challenges with this e-waste, at least you bring what we call the consequences first. So you can bring out the consequences, and the key consequences can include the toxic chemicals such as lead, mercury, and cadmium. When they seep into soil, they damage the crops and plants, meaning that these chemicals, they make the soil unproductive. Another consequence is that the chemicals, they may wash into water sources, they contaminate drinking water, and also harm aquatic life. When we burn e-waste anyhow, it releases harmful gases like dioxins and furans, which can cause air pollution and respiratory diseases. And finally, due to improper e-waste disposal, you may find that some hard drives are left in open spaces, and they may contain sensitive information or data. And if it is accessed by wrong hands, it can bring data breach. Now, I want us to see in a scenario, if you find any element of data breach, you need to tell us how best you are going to prevent data breach. How best are you going to prevent data from being misused by the wrong hands? So here, I want us to bring the methods of preventing data breach. If you find that you are going to dispose of some e-waste, or you are going to donate it, or you are going to store, to lock away the e-waste, consider that the data here is still important, and so if it is accessed by wrong hands, it can be misused, and so you need to prevent what we call data breach. So one way you can say electronic wiping, and with electronic wiping here, you are going to use tools like dburn or eraser to permanently delete files from the storage devices, such as hard disks or solid state drives. This one, when you do what we call electronic wiping, it removes all recoverable data permanently. That is why you do electronic wiping. Don't mention formatting, but mention electronic wiping by using tools like these ones to permanently delete data from the storage devices. Another way to prevent data breach, you can do physical destruction. If you are going to donate some computers, or you are going to take them to a landfill as a last option, first destroy the storage devices like the hard disks and the SSDs, the solid state. Physical destruction, it involves you using a hammer, or you drill holes such that one cannot recover data from those devices once accessed. It means that if you locked away some of these devices and they are stolen, if you had done physical destruction of some of the storage devices, it makes recovery impossible. That's what we mean, physical destruction. Number 3, one can do what we call encryption. With encryption, you are trying to scramble data into an unreadable format. If someone has stolen a hard disk, etc., it will make the data unreadable once it has been encrypted. We can use tools like BitLocker. Those who are using Windows, those who are using Mac can use FileVault to ensure that you encrypt your data. Lastly, we can look at data masking or obfuscation. For example, in this kind of session, if I'm showing you how last year's candidates performed, and there was a student called Kakur Bernard, I will do data masking so that I hide Kakur Bernard, I put maybe Katopo. That is what we call data masking. It protects real data by showing false versions to the outsiders, something like that. So here it involves hiding or disguising the real data so that unauthorized people cannot see it. Actual information is replaced with fake but realistic data while original remains protected. That is data masking. Now, we have seen how to how to protect the data from any leak. I would like us now to briefly see how best can we present our responses when it comes to the health issues from prolonged ICT usage. We are seeing something like back pain. There is back pain. There is the eye strain. We are seeing this one is having neck pain. It one has stress or fatigue, etc. Those are some of the common health-related issues from prolonged ICT usage. Now, if you are going to respond to your scenario, that's how you begin. We have our scenario here. My sister is experiencing some health-related issues here. And now I want someone to take us through how to respond to the health-related issues. You read through it and then we proceed. Raise your hand and take us through. Yes, admin. Admin, unmute. You are there?
Yes.
Okay, take it on.
Okay.
Are you seeing the screen?
My sister, are you able to get me?
Yes, go on. We can't hear you. Can I have Mkonyezi Stephen? Unmute Stephen. Stephen Mkonyezi.
My sister developed backache because of
Come again.
Sister.
Can you
Using
read
weak
again?
office chairs and working long hours.
Let me have Isaac Malima. Isaac Malima. Go on. Isaac Malima. That one has raised the hand for nothing. Let's have another one. This is the Kamonkoli College. Unmute. Kamonkoli College. Take it on. Kamonkoli College, not there. St. Javira SS. St. Javira SS. Anyone ready?
Yes.
Yes. Read for us that response.
My sister may develop backache because of poor sitting posture, using weak office chairs and working long hours without breaks. To overcome this, she should use ergonomic office chairs and desks, maintain correct posture, and take regular breaks to stretch. This will reduce back pain and improve comfort.
Okay, so here we are looking at some of the challenges that our sister can face. My sister may develop. So make sure you continue with the character. My sister may develop back pain. So back pain, this one is a consequence of prolonged ICT usage. Because of poor sitting posture, now the poor sitting posture that we are looking at, this one is the cause, or caused by weak office chairs, or caused by working for long hours without breaks. Immediately bring the solution. She should use ergonomic office chairs, or if not, let her maintain correct sitting posture. If not, let her take regular breaks to stretch. This will reduce back pain and improve comfort. So here, we expect you to bring a three-dimensional answer, which has the consequence. After the consequence, bring the causes, and then bring the solution. Another one can read for us this one quickly. I'm taking Ishongoro High School. Take it on. Ishongoro High School, are you there? Tongorai School not there. Okay, let's have Kingdom High. Kingdom High. Let's take it on. Kingdom High not there. Let me have St. Maurice SS. St. Maurice, you are there?
Yes, we are here. So she may also suffer from eye strain due to staring at the computer screen for too long or working with improper screen brightness and glare. To prevent this, she should adjust the brightness of her monitor, avoid glare, and rest her eyes by looking away from the screen at intervals. This will keep her eyesight safe and reduce discomfort.
Okay, thank you. So my sister, she may also suffer from eye strain. So this is our consequence. It is caused by looking at the computer screen for too long. That is the staring. It is the cause. Or it is due to improper screen brightness. If you say that there is too much brightness, this can cause eye strain. To prevent this, she should adjust the brightness to comfortable levels or even avoid glare and rest her eyes by looking away from the screen at a certain interval. This will keep her eyesight safe and reduce discomfort. So that is how we are supposed to present our answers, our responses when it comes to item 2 and item 3, when it calls for the health issues from prolonged ICT usage. Now, let's look at how to respond to our answers when it comes to e-waste management. Those who are raising their hands, let's please lower them. For the next activity, lower them. Lower them. E-waste management. When it comes to e-waste management, as a must, we need to see the measures. For example, all these measures, they are there for your use. We need to see stakeholders such as these ones. We need to see their roles. So this is a basket where you'll be picking from as you are writing your paragraphs, your essays. So having seen this basket of the measures, stakeholders, and their roles, I want us to see how do we present our answers? How do we present our responses? Here we are. We are still guiding our sister. Again, I need someone to take us through that. Someone take us through that. UK GPHS, UK PG. Go on.
One way is recycling, which involves safe recovery of valuable materials like metals, plastics, and batteries from unusable ICTs. She can work with certified recycling agencies to collect and recover non-repairable computers and printers, while ONEMA regulates the recycling process to protect the environment.
So here we are saying that when you are managing e-waste, let us see a measure. We need to see a measure there. After seeing a measure, bring the stakeholders. She, that is our sister, he can work with the certified recycling agencies. These are stakeholders to collect and recover non-repairable computers and printers. This is the role of the certified recycling agencies to collect and recover. One can bring another stakeholder, for example, NEMA, and we are saying NEMA, the role of NEMA is to regulate the recycling process to protect the environment. So your point must have M, must have SH, and must have R. Measure, stakeholder, role. That's how your points should flow. That's how your ideas should flow. And here we have seen a number of measures, a number of stakeholders, a number of roles. if you mention that we are going to refuse, who is going to refuse? For example, a user can say, I'm not going to take refurbished machines. You refuse. So something like that. If you have mentioned, let me have someone else taking us through this. I'm going to take over Wandera Simon. Wandera Simon, the platform is yours.
Another option is incineration, which involves burning non-recyclable. Another option is incineration, which involves burning non-recyclable e-waste in controlled facilities. My sister can liaise with local authorities like KCCA to access proper incineration sites and with NEMA-approved plants that carry out the safe burning process.
Good. So we are seeing that another option is incineration. But this incineration must be controlled. There must be some facilities where it is done from. So we are saying our sister, my sister, is going to work with KCCA to access proper incineration sites. While if we work with NEMA, it is going to give us approved plants or areas, those facilities that carry out safe burning process. Now, that is how we need to present our ideas when it comes to e-waste management: measure, stakeholder, and role. If your point is not complete, don't consider to get better scores. The maximum is 1 if your ideas are not complete there. Now, I want us to look at the internet abuse. We looked at internet abuse as one of the ICT safety. People are abused online in different ways. And we want you to bring out those internet abuse. Those raising hands, let's first lower them down. So before we look at the internet abuse, again, let me first take you back to when mentioning the health issues related from ICT usage, let's bring a minimum of 6. Bring a consequence, what causes it, and its mitigation measure in one statement as seen there. A minimum of 6. Then, when it comes to e-waste management also, let us bring at least a minimum of 4 measures, minimum 4 stakeholders, and minimum 4 roles. And at best, let's not repeat. Don't repeat the stakeholders. This is why we are seeing a variety here. Don't repeat stakeholders, but at least have a minimum of 4 measures, meaning that you can have as many as you can, but at least if you are dry, let's see a minimum of 4 measures, each measure with a stakeholder and each stakeholder with its role. Okay, now when it comes to the internet abuse, can someone read for us this scenario? Samuel Magoba. Magoba has no sound. Let me hear from Renovo. I don't know whether Renovo, you know yourself, but if you are not near, let's have John and Immaculate. Take it on. John and Immaculate.
At Blade Future Secondary School, the administration has observed that many learners are increasingly distracted in class due to constant use of internet on smartphones and other digital devices. Some students secretly browse social media during lessons, while others stay up late chatting, watching videos, or playing games. This has contributed to the poor academic performance, complaints of health concerns, concerned about the situation. The school principal proposes a campaign to raise awareness about the consequences of excessive ICT use and promote healthier browsing habits among students. Task: prepare a guide for students on consequences of prolonged internet and ICT usage, and safely handle the issues in the school setting.
So here we are looking at learners being distracted because they are using too much of the internet, and also because of spending longer hours on the internet. We have already seen the health issues. Now, this scenario, I want us only to focus on the internet abuse, since we have seen the health-related issues before. So for internet abuse, that is how you need to address it. Let me have another person taking us through this. I don't want to take charge of the session alone. I'm seeing Madudu. Madudu, unmute. Madudu, are you there? If Madudu is not there, we can have someone else. Chigando SS Mubende. Chigando SS Mubende. One person can read through that scenario, that response. Tinomzu Nosubat, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, take it on. Yes, take it on. Hello. I think no one wants to read. One major challenge is immorality due to watching pornography. Exposure to such harmful content can corrupt values and behavior. To prevent this, the institution can use network filters. That solution is enough. Or one can say firewalls to block inappropriate sites. Another one can say, let us apply internet censorship. Another one can say, let us promote sensitization or education on best internet practices. So that is one way we can talk about the internet abuse. You bring the cause, the consequence, what causes it, and its solution. Next, someone can read this one. But members who are not ready to read, I request we put down the hands. Padel Labs. Padel Labs. The hand is down.
Yes, we are ready.
Okay, take it on.
Another risk is data loss due to hacking, where attackers steal or damage important information. This can be controlled by setting ethical practices such as using strong credentials, installing updated antivirus software, and visiting only trusted websites.
Okay, so we are saying that let's bring a consequence. After bringing a consequence, then bring also its mitigation measure. That's how we are supposed to present our responses. So we are saying, please, those using tables, it is okay. But let us not just outline, because in competence-based curriculum, we are looking at the high order thinking in the learner's work. And when most of them use tables, they tend to outline. And this is what we are avoiding. We need the real thinking. Yes, we have had a number of video lessons on my YouTube channel where you have seen me using tables. I use those tables because my answers are detailed. But for the students, if you want to outline, please make sure your tables are having detailed content. But we are saying preferably adopt that format. Adopt to paragraph or essay format, because it brings out the high order thinking. Now, let us go to item 4 and 5. Item 4 and 5, we are looking at section B, part 2. And section B, part 2 is from the third element of construct: accesses, stores, and shares information using ICTs. Here we have item 4 and 5. You are supposed to attempt one item. You have maybe chosen 4, or you are doing 5. Here, you are supposed to indicate procedures, either helping someone access a certain information, how it will be stored, and how it can be shared. Now, if we continue here, we have seen that this element of construct, accesses, stores, and shares information using ICTs, is taken from the following topics: file and folder management, because we expect you at least to tell us that if you have downloaded certain information, create a folder and store it there. Then information access and sharing. This is the key area where we are seeing if the information is on the website, how are you going to access it? Connect the computer to the internet, use a web browser, go to that website, look for the file, click download. After downloading, create a folder and store the work there. That is why we have file and folder management. Information access, that's how we have accessed and stored using at least a website. Now, how is that information supposed to live where you have stored it to another location or to another person? That means that one is going to think of using an email or a website itself. You go back to the website, click upload and put the information there. Then one, maybe you have been told to use a flash to store work on it, right click, send to, and then give the person the flash. So sharing using ICT tools: an email is a tool, a website is a tool, a flash is a tool, etc. So finally, if you are on the email, on a website, you have attached the files, you click send or you click submit. When you do that, you have shared the information. That is access, store, and share information using ICTs. So in today's facilitation, we have been trying to get to know the elements of constructs, the type of items expected, and what are the key areas of assessment. When it comes to item 4 and 5, let me have someone reading through this scenario. Mukonyezi Stephen, are you able to read? If not, yes, read.
A local NGO that supports vulnerable learners with school bursaries has announced a new round of bursary applications. The process requires applications to download an official bursary form from the NGO's website, fill in their personal and school details accurately, and then upload the completed form back to the website before the deadline. Kent, a senior 4 student in your neighborhood, has been noted by his school for the bursary. However, he has never filled or submitted a form online and is confused about how to go about it. He has approached you for help so that he doesn't miss the opportunity. Thank you.
The task.
Write a step-by-step guideline that Kent can follow to access the bursary form. Fill it properly and submit it through the NGO's website successfully. Love you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. So we are looking at how is Kent, our character going to access, store, and then share the accessed and stored information using ICTs. So here we expect you to write a step-by-step guide. So item 4 and 5 requires a procedure on how we can access, store, and share the information. Items in 4 and 5, they can be about online, that is online websites and emails, or these can be offline questions where they are saying that maybe someone typed a CV on the computer, the next day couldn't recall where it is, but the only thing you can remember is the name. Then they are asking you, how can that person access the CV and then be shared to the client? Something like that. So we want you to give us a procedure how to access that CV, maybe by use of the AvaFind utility, or the search everything, or File Explorer you search. After getting that information, create a folder and store it there. After storing it there, share it with me. One can use a flash to give it to me. One can share it on email. One can use WhatsApp, etc. So we are looking at ICT tools to help in access, store, and share. What we need to note is that on item 4 and 5, if a step is looking at uploading or downloading, you must mention what it is as a candidate. For example, downloading, you are saying download the application form. Then when it comes to uploading, you say upload the field application form. Then if it is reaching out to the website, tell us which kind of website is that. If it is mentioned in the scenario, please tell us NGO website, etc. So something must be done on either uploading or downloading so that your statement doesn't remain hanging. Don't say Kevin should upload. What is he uploading? Don't say that Kent should download. Mention what Kent is downloading. Then in item 4 and 5, the tools that you are going to mention, they are hardware in nature, software in nature, they are buttons, they are software features. When I talk about hardware, for example, we are seeing this Kent wants to apply for this bursary, must download the form from the NGO website, fill in personal information, and then upload back to the website again. So what does this mean? It means that we shall need hardware tools. For example, Kent will need a computer. This can be a laptop or a desktop computer. Kevin will need, for example, internet connection. This internet can be via Wi-Fi, MiFi, or using cellular data from a hotspot. Then Kent, I will also need a hardware tool. You can also mention those tools in the chat section. Mention those tools in the chat section. So internet, Wi-Fi, then we'll go to the website. So we need a web browser. Kent will need a search engine. The search engine. Kent will need, for example, a word processor to fill in the details, or even a PDF reader. Kent will need to save regularly and must create a folder, that is file and folder management. File and folder management, so that everything is stored in the same folder. Then after everything is, if we have accessed using these ones, we have accessed, then we have stored, filled and saved, that is store, then we need to share. Now that means that we shall go back to the website. So website is a tool. So now we need to see buttons. Where are the buttons? If I click on download button, download, that is a tool. If I click on upload, that is a button. If I click send, that is a button. Where are features? The features, for example, if I'm in a word processor, I may use the scroll bar. That is a feature. The save icon or the Control S is also a feature. Then if you are on the website, navigating through the menu, that is the features that we are talking about. So meaning that other tools that Kent will need, for example, while using a word processor, we'll need a keyboard, we'll need a mouse or touchpad, etc. So that's what we need to do on item 4 and item 5. Okay, so let me check in the chat section what tools you have mentioned. Some tools are they are funny, but at least let's see, maintain what we have discussed today in line with our responses. Now, this procedure, this is how we need to present our procedures. Hopefully you can see my next screen. Are we able to see my next screen? Say yes in the chat section if you can see my other screen shared. Great. Let me get someone to read for me this introduction. How we introduce in item 4 and 5. Raise your hand and introduce. I'm picking Nyanga Community Seed. Are you there? Nyanga Community Seed. If not ready, yes. I see your microphone is on. That one is not ready. Nazareth High School, are you there?
Yes.
Can you read for me that introduction?
Introduction. My neighbor Ken, a senior 4 student, has been nominated for a bursary by his school. However, since he has never used ICT tools to apply for opportunities online, he feels confused and overwhelmed about how to go about it. As someone familiar with ICT, I will guide Kent step by step on how to download, complete, and submit his bursary application. Thanks for listening.
Okay. Thank you for taking us through that introduction. So introduction is important. However, it may not be scored on item 4 and item 5, but for you to be focused, let's have the introduction. Then we go to the body. Step 1, power on the device. Kent should begin. So this is our step 1. We put a procedure. Kevin should begin by powering on the computer. So a computer is a tool. So wherever you put a tool, they will put a T. In every procedure, there will be a tool that you must mention. Connect to the internet. On the device, Kent must connect to the internet using Wi-Fi, from a router, a MiFi, or using a cable. Step number, next, Kevin should use a web browser such as Google Chrome, Firefox, or Edge, and go to the NGO website. Then from there, in the address bar, that is a feature, Kevin will type the NGO website and press enter to go to the website. Then he must locate the bursary section and look for the download. Those are buttons. So we need to see that you are mentioning the tools. We have said both hardware, software, buttons, and features. So mention that we need to create a folder. We need to create a folder where we shall store everything. So this very scenario, check on the YouTube channel this evening. You will find all the procedures well demonstrated. I've put the procedures there for this very item, and whatever we have been discussing, I've put that paper in detail. So check on that very YouTube channel today evening about set 6. All the items are well responded to in paragraph format and a clear flow. So we are saying when it comes to item 4 and 5, we need to give a conclusion. Through this guided process, Kent can confidently use a computer, a tablet, connect it to the internet, go to the website, and apply tools like Microsoft Word to complete and submit his adversarial application online. So the conclusion is given a score. So in item 4 and 5, we need to see a procedure, you describing the procedure. Each procedure must have an ICT tool. So at least minimum 6 procedures and a minimum of 5 ICT tools. Then we need to see clear logical flow of your procedures, FL, and a candidate is given 3 to 4 scores for having correct procedures that are flowing properly. These are almost free scores for your work to flow very well. And finally, we need there a conclusion as a must, which will be given a score. So item 4 and item 5, they need to see the procedure, the tool, then the logical flow of the steps, and the conclusion or a recommendation. So that is it for paper 1. And I would like us to go to paper 2. So before we go to paper 2, I'm going to give only 5 minutes for people to ask questions. Can I first see all the hands down, and then we start afresh? You raise a hand, you raise your question, you raise a hand, I get your question. First, put all hands down. Put all hands down. Mkonyezi Stephen, Johnny Machulet. Please put all hands down. We are going to start another session. Put all hands down. Yes, the hands are down. Okay. So candidates, let's first ask some questions on paper 1. Raise your hands and ask your questions. We have 5 minutes to respond to those 5 questions. If I pick you and you don't respond, I jump you. I'm beginning from Kayemba Kevin. Kayemba Kevin, unmute. If you don't unmute, I go to another person. Kayemba Kevin, ask your question.
Master, my question is that, yeah?
Yes.
Like in that last item, they tell you that help that Kevin to go to download the certificate. You don't know how the website looks like. You don't know the appearance of that website, yeah? But you don't know even the menu for that website where you can navigate where to download the certificate. Now, how can we do that?
What you need to tell us is that once Kevin is connected to the internet using the computer, which is either a laptop or a desktop, Kevin goes to the website. Yes. So for you, just mention the website, the way it has been given in the scenario. Kevin goes to this website, navigates around, and looks for the application form and downloads it. That's what you need to tell us only. After Kevin downloads the application form, he should create a folder on the desktop and save it there with a clear name. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Let me have St. Maurice SS. St. Maurice SS.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'd like to know, we talked about application at first. That is why I said that when you are given broken task, one is requesting for and another one is asking for the maintenance. You said that we give one introduction and one conclusion. So how can I relate those two? Like I've given a
No, listen. The scenario is always one. They are telling you that this person is facing challenges, maybe with health-related issues, or we are dealing with the e-waste. The introduction must be one, and for sure, I have given you both introduction on how to introduce on item 1 and on how to introduce on item 2. You have to merge them. If you didn't see that introduction sample, please go back on YouTube, go to that section, play and pause. You read that scenario and its introduction and conclusion.
So another question was, I've been observing the introductions, but as if the introduction is kind of repeating what is being asked, like as if we should identify the problem, like you say that my sister is facing a challenge of this and this and this. So is that the way we should always start our items, introductions?
We said in the introduction, you must tell us the problem that you are going to solve. Are we together? Are you seeing on that screen?
Yes.
That's why I have highlighted the areas that are important. In the introduction, tell us the problem. Don't begin by saying, I am so and so. Okay? Just bring the problem and what you are going to do. Okay, let me have that is Luvimbiri Public. Luvimbiri Public.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, good evening.
Talk to me.
My question is, on that last question, when I'm writing my procedures and then I skip one procedure, is my response marked correctly or wrong?
So if you skip a procedure, may I know the procedure you are going to skip, but here we are looking at logical flow. Okay? So with logical flow, the person who has given the procedures very well is going to score 3 or 4, depending on what has been allocated there. But if your procedures are not following very well, they are not flowing logically very well, that means that you are likely to get a 2 or a 1. But the whole item's responses can't be crossed. But you lose some marks on the logical flow. So don't get worried. So St. Maurice and Lumbiri, put down the hands. Let me hear from admin. Admin, take it on. Talk to me. Come near at the microphone.
Yes, teacher.
Please ask.
Are you
Let me give a chance to those who are near. Let me ask Mukonyezi Stephen. Please, if you unmute, start talking. Mukonyezi Stephen.
Asking, do we
Go
use paragraphs in describing the steps for the IS?
I'm not hearing you.
When you use paragraphs, there is one point that you are.
Mukonyezi Stephen, type your question in the chat section. I didn't hear that. Let me have Luka Yasid. Luka Yasid, if you are ready, take it on. Meanwhile, Nazareth High, prepare. Lukaya. So when you get a chance to talk, shoot. If not, I got the next person. Nazareth High School, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Kakuru.
Yes.
I would like how you can connect task A and task B. Then on another note, I would like to know
how you are going to do what?
How we can connect task A and task B, and then
yes,
conclusion and introduction. The conclusion is on B, or we put conclusion and introduction on task A only.
Okay.
Then another one.
Let me hear from user. Person called user, then St. Javira, be ready. Madudu SS. User, take it on.
Yes.
Take
Are you
it on.
getting me?
You arrive and clear.
My question is now, how many measures are we supposed to write in each item, or while responding to the item one particular?
Each tool, give its measure. That's
How
what
many-
we said. Each tool, because we said give a minimum of 6 tools, so give 6 measures. If you have mentioned Microsoft Word, I mean, if you have mentioned word processing, for example, Microsoft Word, you can tell us save regularly. If your tool was spreadsheets, tell us backup. If your tool was database, tell us update the software. Computer, tell us put an antivirus. For the printer, tell us cover it when not in use, like that, like that. Hopefully it is noted. St. Javira.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Shoot.
Yes, if we are dealing with presentation, can you write about the speaker and the microphone as separate?
You begin with us?
Yeah.
We said mention public address system because the microphone will not handle data alone. It needs a speaker somewhere. It also needs another system in the middle, which we normally call what? Are we together? We say the tool must handle data. Please, I hope people who are asking questions were following from the beginning. Let me hear from Madudu. Madudu.
Good evening,
From
sir.
high school, be ready. Yes, Madudu.
Sir, what I'm asking is that on item fund 5, when we are going to write step by step guidelines, do we need to paragraph those things?
Said we are using paragraphs, the better approach. Let me have Kingdom High. Please, let's not repeat the things that I was talking about for the purpose of time. And we said we are here to be guided, and I told you better respond in paragraphs. Kingdom.
Good evening, members.
Shoot.
I am asking, are we supposed to define key terms in the introduction or?
The key terms are useless, don't define them. Go and solve the problem.
The next question. When handling item 5 and item 5, where they ask about the email.
What?
When handling items about the email.
Yes.
Are we supposed to explain or describe all the steps involved in creating the email, or we just give short?
You can only describe the steps of the email if the question is asking you to create the email. Okay? But if they have said, submit the work on this email, for you, what you are going to tell us is that you log into your email and compose. If you don't have an email, create one. That's the only statement you have to write. But don't go in steps of creating an email unless the question was asking you create an email. Are we together?
Yes. What
so
about
other questions? Other questions? The first one was what?
The first one was defining the key terms.
I said terms are useless. We don't need them. Solve the problem.
Okay. Then the last question: what are the parts? What are the parts of the introduction?
We said the introduction must have the problems presented in the scenario.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so other questions, I'm going to address them at the end. Keep them, write them somewhere. when I open the platform for the questions, we can even interact for 1 hour, no problem. Let's first finish paper 2. So let's head to paper 2. Keep your questions, write them somewhere. I'll open that platform for discussion. We continue to talk about them. Now, I would like us to dive into paper 2. So, like the way we have been dealing with paper 1, we want to look at the elements of construct in paper 2. To begin with, we need to plan for this paper. The paper takes 2 hours and 30 minutes. With 2 hours and 30 minutes, when you are going to answer your items, can I see hands down? Let's lower the hands, each of you, because they will confuse me. Lower the hands, all of you, because we are just starting and I don't expect questions. Questions will be when the time comes or when we are reading some things. Put down. Okay, thank you. Now, 2 hours and 30 minutes is paper 2. And in paper 2 here, we are basically doing practicals. Use 10 minutes to interpret the questions and choose the right applications. So here you can see we are choosing the right questions. 60 minutes should be for attempting item 1. 60 minutes should be for attempting item 1. 60 minutes should be for attempting item 2. The last 20 minutes, use 10 to print the work on A4 papers. The last 10 minutes now should be for burning work on CD. Another best option is that when I finish item 1, I first burn. When I finish item 2, I also burn. When I finish item 1, I print. I print. When I finish item 2, I also print. Then finally, burn work. Printing is important that you have to print all the work that you have done. Burning is important. We want to see the work. So the product must be both hard copy and soft copy. What is the planning? So let's digest the elements of construct in paper 2. Item 1 is set from the fourth element of construct. The fourth element of construct, which says manipulating data using different application programs. And here we are looking at word processing 1, word processing 1, and word processing 2. So we need skills of word processing 1. At the same time, you display skills of word processing 2. Got spreadsheet 1, display basic functions. The same spreadsheet 2, advanced functions. Then if the item requires presentation, make sure you achieve or whatever it requires. Sorry, that's gone very far. Then database management system. So these are the topics of item 1. Those are the topics of item 1. Let me know if everything is clear. What's on? What's going on? The screen is not clear? Okay, let me share again. Fred, the screen is clear now. Let me know. If the screen is clear now. Okay, so we have been looking at the topics for item 1. So item 1. Those are the topics that I've been talking about. Just a moment. Okay. So hopefully we have noted down the topics. We are saying that we have topic 4, topic 5, 9, 10, 6, and 12. That means that on item 1, we are manipulating data using Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and database. Whether you are dreaming or not, never think of publisher on item 1. So while manipulating data using different application programs, these are the skills that you need to exhibit. Those are the needed skills. Those are the needed skills. You must use an appropriate application. You must do data entry, e.g. tabulation. You must edit the data because you are provided with support files. You must format the data. You must use relevant application tools. You must present data if it is Excel. We need graphical objects. If it is PowerPoint, we need multimedia clips. And finally, burn work on CD and print everything. Now, what I want us to focus on is relevant use of application tools. Relevant use of application tools. Is my screen still clear? Is my screen still clear? Okay, fine. Now, relevant use of application tools. When you open Microsoft Word, you need to know which areas can I touch. For example, in Microsoft Word, we need to see evidence of copy and paste. We need to see that you have used some tables. You have headers and footers, page numbers, maybe table of contents if it's about a report, shapes, images, wrap them, put some background colors. We need to see borders, can be on text, paragraph, or even a page border. Can do mail merge if the question is about producing personalized letters or reminder letters, etc. Put some drop caps as one way of paragraph layouts, put watermarks, general text formatting, endnotes, footnotes, captions, etc. Those are the word processing application tools. When you open Microsoft Word, all these key areas should be looked at. What if it is spreadsheets? We need to see evidence of copy and paste, which we normally call importing. In Excel, it's just copy and paste. You must produce a visual summary, call it a chart or a graph. In Excel, we need headers and footers. You must rename your worksheets. Then we need to see spreadsheet 1, where we are seeing basic functions like sum, average, product, max, etc. And more to that, you need to look at advanced functions like count, if, rank. More to that, we need you to see, to work on sorting or filtering, labeling of charts and graphs, put some grids or borders on your worksheet. General worksheet formatting, one can look at conditional formatting, etc. Page layout, if the work is not fitting, put it to orientation landscape. If it is not fitting on landscape, go under page setup and do more settings. If you have not used the functions, you are using formulas, put some background colors and wrap text. These are the key areas in spreadsheets. More to that, if you are manipulating data in PowerPoint, let's see evidence of copy and paste. If not, you have imported, you have used smart art, charts or graphs, headers and footers, speaker notes, slide designs, slide layout, putting images, linking slide to one another using action buttons, putting animations and transitions, slide master, put some sound and timing, then multimedia, where you have to put text, audio, images, or even video. Put some shapes and print your work in handouts. Finally, in Access. When it comes to database, you are supposed to import maybe from Excel. Then you do all the Access objects, tables, queries, forms, and reports. Put headers and footers in your forms and reports. You can also perform calculated queries. You can perform calculated forms, put some background colors, customized field properties, data types, put in correct query criteria. One can put some images in forms and reports, date and time, etc. So all these application tools are helping us in manipulating data. So while your items are being scored, there is what we call a score sheet. And with this score sheet, we are looking at manipulating data using different application programs. That is Word, spreadsheets, presentation, and database. So we begin with planning. Remember, we started with planning, how best you can execute this paper. And candidates, you must use a minimum of 2 applications. Use a minimum. That's why we are having greater equal to 2 applications out of the 4. Out of the 4, use minimum 2. Then the things we have been looking at here in every application under Word, application tools, Excel application tools, presentation application tools, database application tools, they appear on the score sheet under manipulation. And take note that, for example, if you are manipulating data, all the things we have seen, they are put on the score sheet. You can see they are there. They are there. They are summarized on the score sheet like that. If you have done from A up to G, you have done all this. At least you are supposed to be given 5. But if you have not done D, you have not performed some calculations, and maybe you also didn't format, so don't expect to get the 5. You will go to 0. Because you can see from 4, we don't have 3, we don't have 2, we don't have 1. So you will get your 0 here. If you have done from A up to, let's say you did from A up to D here, you are supposed to get 4. But out of 4, if you have not done D, you have not performed some calculations there, etc., you also go to 0. You will not be given 3, 2, or 1. So let's be careful under manipulation, and we do the best. Then finally, we look at the product where it says task. So under task, we look at all those key areas of the task. So these are the key areas that we need to look at. Now, let's get a scenario and I manipulate data. I'm going to do the planning, I do manipulation, and we see the product coming out. So I want us to manipulate data using different application programs, and we said we have these 4 programs, and you must use a minimum of 2 applications. So you can use a minimum of 2 or more, depending on the task and the scenario itself. Someone can read through this scenario. Who is reading? User or Adele Labs? Let me look at Morulem Girls. Morulem Girls. Yes, someone from there. Morulem Girls. If not ready, let me. Okay, go on.
Your aunt is the bursar at Lakeside Secondary School. She keeps daily records of students' fees, pay member faces challenges in organizing the data to prepare accurate financial summaries. The school management requires a report that identifies students who have cleared all their fees and those with outstanding balances. With special attention to balances above Uganda shilling 200,000. Highlights. Then B. Highlights the top 5 students who have paid the highest total fees for the term. C. Provides a visual chart showing the proportion to clear fees versus outstanding balances. She has provided you with a file name, fees records, XLSX dot, then task, using the provided support file, analyze the school fees data and generate a financial report for the bursar.
Okay, so that is our task and the scenario. Now, when you are reading these scenarios, please again look at those key areas. There is part A, part B, and part C, or can be labeled Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3. So from here, you are supposed now to look at the support files. After looking at the support files, then you look at the tools, the applications you are going to use on item 1. So we are looking at identifying students who have cleared all the fees and those with outstanding balances. This involves calculations, and calculations can be done in Excel or database. Then from there, we are looking at highlighting the top 5, meaning that it will involve an element of filtering that is still in Excel, or one can create queries to get those people. Then provide a visual chart that is still in Excel. These are the tools that we are supposed to use to create a graph, a chart showing the proportion of the cleared fees versus outstanding balances. So within this, we are looking at a minimum of 2 applications. One can use Excel. And if I want to create a report, I can now look at using Word for my final report. A smart candidate can also think of using a database in your manipulation. So when you look at that task, we have its score sheet. So the scorer will be given such a score sheet that highlights what they should be scoring within your work. They begin with planning. Which applications have you used? A minimum of 2. And then how have you manipulated data? Are the key areas there? And then the product. We need top 5 people. We need at least to see those who have cleared and those who have not cleared. And then we need a chart, etc. And final report. So I want us to go through manipulation of data, and we look at this task and these key areas. So I'm going to stop sharing and I share my entire screen so that we look at how we are going to manipulate data while attempting item 1. So let me share the entire screen. I see hands up. Let's put them down. Let's put the hands down and then we start manipulation of data. We are going to start data manipulation. Let me know if you can see my screen. You can say yes if you can see my other screen. Okay, So that is my desktop now. So to begin with, we are looking at the support files. They are here in a folder named support files. They are here. So there is item 1, where we are having fees records. Copy that file. Right-click, choose copy, or Ctrl-C, or click the copy icon. Create a folder in your names and personal number. That is Kakur Bernard. Kakur Bernard 062 as my personal number. So from here, I'm going to press enter. I open my folder. Inside, I create another folder for item 1. Item 1. I open that folder of item 1. I paste the other file from the support files. After pasting that file, I can rename it as my name and personal number. So I'm going to call it Kakur Bernard 062. That is my personal number. I enter twice, open. So from here, we are going to do manipulation. And in this manipulation, I want us to do most of the things that are here under Excel or database, I mean spreadsheet application tools. Most of these, I want us to implement them under manipulation. So with our Excel data, one can begin by selecting it all. Then we increase font size, for example. So after highlighting, I can increase font size, maybe to 13. And one can say, instead of Calibri body, because we need to edit the data from the support files, one can say, let me use, for example, that kind of font style. And I double click here to fit my content. Let's do some calculations. We are supposed to get, for example, the fees balance. So that is fees balance. And with this fees balance, we are going to get the total fees, that is equal signs, total fees minus the fees paid. So we press enter. So with this, we are able to get the fees balance. We autofill. Next, the item was looking at, you go back to the item. The item was looking at identify students who have cleared their fees and those with outstanding balances, with special attention to balances above UGX 200,000. So within this, I want us to give it attention. For example, we can say status. So under status, I want us to get those who have cleared, those who are still having just balances, for example, such kind of balance, and those who have balances above 200,000, something like that. So we are going to use an if function. We get those with balances, zero balance, those with outstanding balances, which is below 200,000, and those who are having above. So we can say equal signs if, we open brackets, and we go to, let's say, fees balance, that is F2. If F2 is greater or equal to 200,000, that means that whoever is having greater or equal to 200,000, those ones, they are having balance above 200K, something like that. I close quotes, comma, if the same cell of F2 is greater or equal to 1, comma, we open quotes, we can say these are just having balance, we close quotes, comma. Now we want to see those who have cleared, meaning that if it is below 1, those have cleared. So we end our expression, I mean our if with cleared, then we close with 2 brackets because we opened with 2 brackets. So we close like that and press enter. Where does it say? We said if F2 is greater or equal to this, then comma, open quotes. I think we don't need this comma here, sorry. Yes, we press enter. So the comma here was not necessarily separating the 200,000. So that's why I've removed it. We press enter. We click in the answer. This one shows is cleared. We can now autofill. So you can see some members have cleared. There are 3. We are seeing some members have balances above 200K, something like that. And we are seeing that others are just having balance, something like that. Hopefully we can see that. So we need to proceed. Someone who says maybe we are speedy, we are not going to be here for 2 days. We are here for hours. If something is not clear, please go back to the video and play and pause. The formula is here. So please play the video from the recording and follow it up in your free time. Now, after getting the status, one would bring the rank. Let's rank these students. We rank fees paid. And with this, we are going to use the rank function, equal signs, rank. We open the brackets. We now use the fees paid, comma, then we highlight the entire column of the fees paid. After we bring the order 0. We have to make this fixed or absolute. Make the range fixed by pressing F4 on the keyboard. Those keys that have F1 to F12 get only F4. You make it absolute and then you press enter. So here we have ranked our fees, and these are the ranks according to fees payment. Now, having done this, we go back to the task. The task is saying, highlight the top 5 students who have paid the highest total fees for the term. So we need top 5 students. How do we do that? We are going to select this data. We copy. We create a new sheet here. We paste that information there. After pasting that information, I want us now to use this data. We filter out those who are top 5. One can use the rank fees paid column, or yes, let's use that. We are going to highlight the rank fees. Then on the home tab, we come to sort and filter. When we got sort and filter, we got filter. That is an advanced function. Even Excel was advanced, rank was advanced. The fees balance was basic. So we got filter, and then we have this down arrow option. We got number, filters. We want top 5. So we go and say less than or equal to. So when I click there, I will say less or equal to 5 according to my fees rank. Then I click OK. So these are our top 5. So one can come to this sheet here and rename. Right click, rename, and say top 5. Then we continue. Go back to sheet 1. The task says, provide a visual chart showing the proportion of cleared fees versus outstanding balance. So this means that we are going to provide the status of those who have cleared, those with just balance, and those with balance above this. One can execute this properly by using the COUNTIF function and create a new table here. For example, here, I'm going to have status, and then I have the number. If I bring, for example, status cleared, and here I want us to get the number of those who have cleared. By use of eyes, we can see they are just 4. But we need to use a function. Equal signs if, sorry, it is equal signs COUNTIF. We open brackets, we highlight this range of status, comma, open quotes, the way you wrote it here, cleared. Cross the quotes, cross the brackets. So here we want to know how many have cleared according to our data. So with that function, as you are playing the video, pause and note it down. Some members are in the chat section chatting a lot. I don't know whether you are following. So after this, we press enter. There are 4. Then we need to see how many have just balance. That is the balance below 200K. Still equal signs, COUNTIF, open the brackets. We highlight the status, column, comma, we bring balance in quotation marks. Balance, cross the quotes, cross the brackets. We want to know how many are having balance. We press enter. And according to our data, I'm seeing there are also 4. Then lastly, we have those with balance above 200K. Let's see how many are they. Equal signs count if, open brackets, highlight the status column, comma, open quotes, balance above 200K. We cross quotes, cross the brackets, enter. So these are 6. So this is our status. Now we need to do the graph of this data here now. So I'm going to highlight this. We do a graph. Remember, the task is saying provide a visual chart showing the proportion of cleared fees versus outstanding balances. So here, I've highlighted this data. We go to insert. Then from there, we click the pie chart, because the pie chart is the one that will bring out the proportion. So I click, for example, this one. When you bring this kind of chart, it's better you remove it from data. Click here, move chart. That is under chart design, click move chart, or right click and choose move chart. So from here, new sheet, we can say pie chart. Click OK. So this is our chart. You must label your chart very well. So far, when you look at what we have done in Excel, we had some element of copy and paste. We are now creating a visual chart. We have done some basic functions. We did some advanced functions. We did sorting and filtering. We are now going to do extra that we haven't done, which I will come and demonstrate. We have used the formula, by the way, to get balance like that. Now, let's finish here. Label your chart very well. So come here, quick layout, and pick a label that will, at best, bring out those details. For example, here, we can say a graph showing the proportion of fees paid and those that are not paid, something like that. Now, having had our title, let me write properly. Proportion. So we can say pie chart showing pie chart showing proportion of cleared fees versus outstanding balance. Let me increase font size a bit, something like that. Then these ones, one would increase their font size so that they are clear, something like that. Having formed this, we need to put headers and footers on all our work. We go to insert headers and footers, custom header. This is Kakuru Bernard. Click OK. Custom footer 062. Click OK. OK. So our graph is now well labeled. Let's go to sheet 1. We rename it. Right click, rename. One can call it, say, computed. That is our entire worksheet, computed. And then here, we are going to also put headers and footers. Go to insert headers and footers. Kakuru Bernard. Got footer 062. Remember, the purpose of putting headers and footers is to identify your work from your colleague. And more to that, remember, you will be printing and you are getting marks from that. So someone is saying he's not seeing my screen. Is it true? Is my screen visible? Is my screen visible? Yes, okay, fine. Let's proceed. Now, you can see after putting headers and footers, our work is split. So go to page layout, orientation, landscape. If the work can't fit there, for example, you can see fees paid is this side. Come still under page layout, page setup, click here for more. And then you say fit to 1, paper size A4. Those are the papers which you print on. We said we go page layout, page setup, choose landscape, fit to A4. Okay. Now our work can fit there. Now, from here, let us do general worksheet formatting. One can highlight this work. You go home tab, put some grids here or borders. After putting all borders, do more general worksheet formatting. One can highlight the titles, come to the background color section, fill color. One can say, let me, for example, take that kind of color. You are doing general worksheet formatting. Lastly, one would highlight all this data here. Come to conditional formatting, still on home. Color schemes, I apply some color schemes on my work. Then below we had our little table. Put grids, save changes. Go to your top 5, do the same. Insert headers and footers, 062, go footer, Kakuru Bernard. Go back to header, click in your work. Page layout, page setup, landscape, fit to 1 page, A4. Click OK. Something like that. Highlight, go home, borders. Do the same design for the background color and also for the general worksheet formatting. Under conditional formatting, choose color schemes like that. Save changes and close your Excel file. Next, in our folder, I would like us to use database. We are going to use database and do some calculations there. And in database, basically we said there is import, access objects, headers and footers, calculated queries, etc. So within our folder, let's create an access file. We right click, go to new, and create an access file. Kakuru Bernard 062, that is access. Enter twice to open. Enable content. So with this, remember we have an Excel file here. We are going to import data in that Excel file. Someone is saying I'm not moving with my sound. Is that okay? Let me know if everything is clear. Are we seeing the database file that I've opened? Good. Okay. Some of you might be having a poor network that side. Now let's do manipulation of data in database. How do we do that? To begin with, we are going to import data from Excel into database. Go to external data, new data source from file Excel. So at this point, where is our Excel? Browse. Our Excel is on the desktop in Kakuru Bernard 62 under item 1, and it is this Excel. So click on it. Okay. It is saying your worksheet has more than one sheets. So we have pie chart, computed, top 5. Let's take computed. I'm imagining maybe in Excel, we never calculated the top 5. You don't know how to filter, but you are going to use database to do filter, to do the queries. So I take computed and click next. Make sure first rows contain column headings is selected. Those colleagues, make sure we are following. Sure we are following. We are importing. We are importing. We click next. Next. This is our primary key, student ID. So here you say, choose my own primary key. We click next. One can call it, for example, student fees. Student fees. As the table name, we finish. Click OK. Close. So here is our table that we have imported. So we can remove this data below. Infinix. So let's delete this data. Delete record. Delete record. Delete record. Delete record. So we have our table like that. Now, one would need to format it. So select the entire table from there. After selecting it, go home. One can say, let me increase its font size, the font size of my text. One can say, let me look for a certain font style, maybe Arial narrow, and I give it this alternate row color, maybe something like that as a color. Then here, auto fit the content by double clicking any of these borders. So your content will be auto fit. Go to view, design view, put a primary key there. That is one of the data types. In case one of the data type was date of birth, so here choose date stroke time. In case you want to put the UGX symbol, for example, fees paid, and a number here, come to format. Instead of that, open quotes, UGX, close quotes, space, hash, comma, add more 3 hashes. Or if not hashes, one can use the 0. So under total fees paid, under number, I remove this general number. I open quotes, UGX, close quotes, space, 0, comma, more 3 zeros. it also works. Fees balance, remove that, open quotes, UGX, close quotes, hash, comma, 3 hashes. They all do the same. So the hashes, these ones, they represent the unknowns. For example, UGX 10,000, UGX 1,000, like that. So I save changes, I click view, datasheet view. These are the UGXs that we have added on our work. So select the entire table and auto fit the columns. Control S. We said now in the database, one can create a form. So a form, a query, a report. Now I want us to create like 3 queries. One query can be for those who have cleared. Another query can be maybe for those with balance between 1 to 200,000. And those ones who have balance above outstanding. One would use queries to do that in case you failed to do it in Excel. So I create some queries, create query wizard or design, any of those. If I use a design, I add my fees table, then I bring all the fields here. Then I go to criteria under fees balance. Criteria under fees balance, I can say those who have cleared. So one can say cleared, that is less than 0. Less than 0. We run our query. Is it that? Under fees balance, sorry. Or one would even use the rank fees paid. So one can remind me in the chat section which criteria are we using? Which criteria can we use? People are chatting different things and you are not following. And I'm asking for the criteria we can use. Yes. So in our table, we have those who don't have any balances, and we are creating a query in design view. I'm waiting for people who are following. What is the criteria? Someone says we use cleared. Okay. So, okay, so let's go to rank fees paid or status. And we say cleared. Something like that. Then from there, we run. So we are able to get those with 0 balances. So we save it as cleared. Okay. One would get us members who are having balances. So let's create another query, maybe by wizard, since we used design last time. Okay. Take all fields. We click next, next, give it a name. We can call it balance. And in balance, we modify our query. So from here, we go to fees balance. So under fees balance, we can say greater equal to 1, and those who are less 200,000. We run our query. So these are the people who are having balances below 200,000. So one can save it as balance. We close. One can also create a query. I use the design again. I put all the fields. We go to criteria under fees balance. We want those who are having above 200,000. So we can say greater equal to 200,000. Then we run our query. So these are the ones who are above 200K. So we can save this and call it balance above 200K. We click OK. Lastly, one can also create a query of top 5. So meaning that most of the things you can do in Excel, you can even do in Access. I create query wizard, okay, or fields, next, top 5. Top 5 students, modify the query, finish. So here we want top 5 students. So with top 5, one would go to fees rank and say less equal to 5. I run. So these are the top 5 as in fees payment. So we save changes and close. Let's create 2 objects and we go away from database. One is going to create a form. Let's go to create and we get a form, for example, of those with outstanding loan balances. Yes, Elijah, those with outstanding loan balances, we create form wizard. Then here, pick, for example, those with balance above 200K, take all the first. So we click next, balance above 200K form. Since they wanted it as a special part, we finish. Once you bring your form, we said in a form, you can do headers and footers. You can put date and time. If you want to put some images, do them, background colors, etc. So this form got view, design view. Here, you can put date and time. One can put background color. So date and time is here. Right click and choose fill. Choose a background color. Right click, fill a background color. Put a footer here. Pick a label. Capital S, small a is a label. Click, then you draw here. This is Kakuru Bernard 062. Enter. That is our formatted form. I go to view, form view. This is our form, date and time, background color, and a footer. Save changes, close your form. Lastly, we can do a report. We group our members according to the fees balances. So create report wizard. From here, take all fields. Next, we group according to fees balance or status. Those cleared, not cleared, something like that. Let's rank according to status. We take like that. Next, fees balance report. And we finish. So in our report, you can see above 200K, there are these ones. Those with just balance are here. Those who have cleared are here. Now in our report, we don't want this hash, and the titles here must be complete. So close preview. And then we first work on some fields which are longer, like here class. We can reduce it, something like that. The names, we bring them somewhere here. Because we need to expand ID, we highlight student ID. So these names can be reduced a bit. Somewhere there. The student ID. And then the status. So that all values can fit. We need to have total fees paid also expanded. And lastly, the fees balance can also be expanded slightly. So click view, report view, confirm that all headings are okay, and no more hash. For names, they are a bit squeezed. Let's work on them. Go back to design view. So this class, let's do something like that. and we make the names a bit expanded, something like that. We said in a report, we can also put the background color, fill, same here, fill. Let's use the same colors previously, fill. Then the footer, pick a label and draw there. This is Kakuru Bernard 062. Now, when we click view, report view, this is our report well formatted. So from here, we can save changes and close our database. So that's how we manipulate data in database. Whatever is here, we have done it. The data types, the date and time, the footers, criteria, background colors, etc. Now, at this level, I want us to finalize our report in Microsoft Word. I want to show you how you make final reports using Microsoft Word. Remember, we have our Excel data. One would create a Word document file and create a final report. How? Right click, go to new Microsoft Word document, Kakuru Bernard 062. So after that, press enter, enter twice, open. So in this report, you are supposed to be creative according to how you have done in Excel, how you have done in database. So create a final report. So this report, I'm going to generate some information. I can say, for example, on my report, I will have school fees management, school fees records management, school fees records management report 2025. I press enter, report by Kakuru Bernard 062. Trying to make a cover page, date will be there. So on date, I can go to insert, date and time. Here, I pick date. Okay. We proceed after date and time. We can have the general information. Maybe I can put this on page 2 so that I will come back and format that properly. I go to insert blank page. So on page 2, I can have some heading like school fees records management report, school fees management report. Then below here, I can say this report summarizes the current, because we are using like the Excel data, we are trying to be creative, the current status of fees payments, highlighting students who cleared, comma, those with balances above 200,000 and those with balances below 200,000. One would even put above UGX. Even here we can put below UGX 200,000 and a list of those. Are they those? Okay, a list of top five students by total fees, something like that. So having done this, one would press enter and say analysis, or call it findings. Under findings, we can say that we can go to Excel data, and in Excel, we get we go under computed, we get these statistics. Then we paste here. So findings, that is our table. Next, we can talk about, we have status. That is the proportion of students who cleared versus outstanding fees. So there we shall go to our Excel. We go to pie chart, select that pie chart and copy. So we copy this graph, then we come to our Word document and paste. So just paste your graph somewhere there. Can even expand it a bit. That will show the proportion. Then next we are having the top five students by fees paid. So from here, we can go back to our Excel. We get our top 5. We can highlight this data. For example, these are the top 5. One would get such kind of information. Top 5, we copy. We come here and paste that information. Lastly, we can have maybe a recommendation. So in this recommendation, we can say that the school can consider sending reminders to parents to clear fees balances using letters or SMSs, something like that. Now, we need to do formatting, general formatting of our work. How are we going to do general formatting? To begin with, we can start with our our first page. Let's say I highlight this information, I center. Let's do formatting, center, increase font size, something like that. One can highlight this only and change the font maybe to Arial Black. Can increase it a bit, something like that, by Kakur Bernard. So we need to ensure that we do some clear editing. So this one would get a shape and insert it there. Let's insert a shape somewhere there. And go to shape format. From shape format, outline, maybe give it a color. Same to weight, give it a weight. Something like that. Kakur Bernard 062. That will be our cover page. Then here we need to bring headings. So I highlight this, control that, control that, control that, control that. So I'm going to put headings. For example, I put those headings like that here on the home. After putting the headings, let's format them. I can bold them, maybe font size 14, and maybe in Times New Roman, or that kind of font. Let's reduce even the paragraphing. And then let's also format our main text. That is our main text. And that one, we can say Times New Roman. So after doing this, we can increase to font size, maybe 14, something like that. So that's the general text formatting. And one would consider maybe under paragraphing to come to this and put a drop cap, insert a drop cap options, that one, maybe 2 lines. Okay. So that is our drop cap, for example, on our work. Finally, we need to put captions. For example, on this table, select the table, go to references, caption. Let's caption our table. This is table 1. And we can say this is the status and number of how students paid. We click OK. So when you select a table, the label must be above the selected item. So this is our option for the table. Then we need now to highlight our chart. Having highlighted our chart, we also need to put a caption. So from here, I want us to put a caption. Select the chart, insert caption, and then this one is not a table, but it is a figure. So click label and say figure. Then you put a caption. We can say cleared versus balance. Something like that. Okay. So a pie chart showing that. So we click OK. This one will always be below the figure. So that is our caption. One can bold it. And lastly, caption on this table. The caption for the table will go up. So this table, I highlight, go to references, caption. Now this one is a table. So from here, I would say this is a top 5 paying students by fees. So I click OK. So this is our caption. We can bold it. I save changes. Now we have put headings, we have put captions. I would like us to have a certain page here. I'm going to create another page. I go to insert blank page. So at this level, I want us to insert table of contents, list of figures, and list of tables. So those ones we are doing some word processing 2 features. So go to references, table of contents, then we choose table of content, maybe automatic table 2. So these are our table of contents. So one would put list of figures. List of figures, we have a pie chart, references, insert table of figures, then choose figure, click OK. We have one figure. Then let's have list of tables. And here we go to insert table of figures. Here, caption, choose table. Okay. So we have 2 tables. One would make these as headings also. So I highlight this and that. Under home, I make it a heading. Bolded, we have used something like that. So here I right click and update my entire table. Everything is here. So we have page 1 is our cover page. Page 2, we have table of contents, list of figures, tables. Page 3 is the final report. Let's do final edits. Insert page numbers, bottom of page. Maybe I choose that, something like that. These are page numbers. One would go to page design, put some page colors, something like that. Those are page colors. Lastly, I can put a watermark. So custom watermark, text watermark, 062 as my watermark. I click OK. So those are the things we have seen under manipulation in Microsoft Word. Copy and paste tables, headers and footers, page numbers, table of contents, shapes. If you have images, we insert them. If they are images, wrap them, background colors. Now let's put some borders. So here, before I think of printing, I can go to page borders, maybe shadow. I choose a color, and maybe that. I say this section, first page only, or this section except first page. So I want first page only because I want my first page to be my cover page. So here we are done with manipulating data using different application programs. I save changes, I close my work. Now, do we have questions on item 1? I'm opening the platform for questions on item 1 so far. Questions on item 1 so far. Yes, we have a hand from Kamkama. Yes, talk to me, Kamkama. Kamkama. Item 1, ask. That one is not talking. Let's have Miji College. Miji College, one of you can ask. Unmute. The Miji College not ready? If you are ready, please talk. If not ready, let's have Khalifa. Khalifa, talk to me. If Khalifa is not ready, we have Chihi High. Chihi High, talk to me. Chihi High, not ready? We have a hand from Herep. Yes. Herep. We have a hand from Herep. A hand from Herep. A hand from Sanya. Sanya. Wow. A hand from Joram. Do we have questions at the end? Because we still have item 2.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Can you pardon us on how to make the table of contents?
Now, this video has a recording from this session. Go and play it again. Play and pause. Follow the same procedure. Okay? Another one. Let me hear from Sanya. Sanya not there? Let me hear from Slats. Slats, talk to us.
Good
Yes.
evening, Master.
Good evening.
Master, now in item 1, it's just all about exhibiting the skills you have, not making the work colorful.
You have to exhibit the skills and also do the task because we have answered everything. You have to exhibit the skills that we have talked about in the work.
That means we're wasting our time looking for beautiful colors. That is not good.
That's not good. Don't waste too much time. We need the skills.
Just exhibit
John,
the skills.
let's hear from John. John? John, are you there? Chigando SS Mubende? Chigando SS Mubende? Adele Labs. Yonan Immaculate. Let's have the questions at the end. Let's head to item 2.
Yes. Evening, sir.
Let's go on.
Hello.
Go on.
Yes, sir. Is it compulsory to use all the 3 programs?
We have said use a minimum of 2.
Okay.
Yes. Use a minimum of 2. But remember, when you use more than 2, you have manipulated more data and you might earn more and earn better scores. But use a minimum of 2, not 1. Minimum of 2. And all of them must be related. That's why you saw us in Excel, we imported data to Access. Then in Word, we are copying data from Excel like that. So make sure you use a minimum of 2 applications. So I've been calling other members. They are not opening their microphones. Let's head to item 2. So with item 2, let's lower the hands now because I called, no one was talking. Lower the hands, we got item 2. So with item 2 is taken from the following elements of construct. Using a publishing software to design, produce, and publish publications and websites. So here we consider the 2 topics, that is electronic publications and web design. In this element of construct, the following skills are assessed. Have you used an appropriate application? Is there content? In other words, do you have matter? Is the content having a relevant message? Grammar, title, spelling and typing skills? Have you included that somewhere? Is there contact information in your publication? Then layout of the publication. How have you organized the content? Is it in tables? Is it in columns? Maybe shapes, etc. Page setup, paper size, the margins and orientation. Is it portrait or landscape, etc. You are provided with support files. Have used some pictures, the symbols, the logos, or even a video clip. Then take care of contrast to do with font size, font color, and background. Then publication interface tools. Like the way we are seeing on item 1, the application tools. So here we are going to look at the publication interface tools. And finally, we need to see the product. The product, we aim at the file format. If they have told you to design an offline document, that means that we expect at least a PUB file, .pub file. If they have said design an online platform, we expect to see HTML files. And above all this work must be put on a CD and you have to print the product. So, item 2, task. Item 2, task, will always require a candidate to create and design one of the following. Because item 2 requires either an offline document or it is requiring you to produce an online platform. So if they have said that you use, the task is saying create an online platform, you must use a web authoring software such as WordPress, Dreamweaver, Expression Web, Front Page, maybe other HTML code editors like Notepad++ or Notepad itself, or VS Code. We also have another code editor, Sublime. We have another code editor of what you see is what you get. So those are some of the web authoring software platforms, and HTML editors that you can use to produce online platforms. So we are saying item 2 task will always require a candidate to create and design one of the following: offline documents. If they have said use an offline, you create an offline document, what we need, a candidate is going to use a desktop publishing software such as Microsoft Publisher, Adobe InDesign, Adobe Illustrator, Canva, etc., depending on what you use at school, to design publications like a flyer, a poster, a calendar, a brochure, a newsletter, a banner, book covers, menus, business cards, advertisements, etc. Now, when you read the scenario and the task is saying create an offline document, that means that scenario, the information is going to be displayed in any of these that we have listed here. All of us can't create posters, no? One will create a poster, another one will create a flyer, another one will create a brochure, another one will create a newsletter, another one will create a banner, depending on how you want to display your information in an offline document. Now, while you are creating and designing an offline document, the following interface tools should be used. For example, if you are using Publisher, what are some of those interface tools that you need to look at? While you are working with Publisher, we need to see some tables, shapes, headers and footers, images that are wrapped, maybe use of text boxes, a master page, page design and layout, background colors, general text formatting, or you have used the templates, borders, or you have cropped some images, maybe used columns, drop caps, etc. So these are some of the Publisher interface tools, like the way we did in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, database. So when the item is calling for an offline document, so consider most of these tools done. So it will also have a score sheet where we consider planning, the manipulation of data, and then the product. Now here, if you use the wrong application, you first lose 3 marks. If the task is saying use a desktop, create an offline document, we expect you to use the desktop publishing software. If you use the wrong application, you first lose 3 marks. Then we go to manipulation. If you have manipulated enough and all these are there, you take your 5. Then if you have manipulated a few from A to F, you take your 4. Then if you have used any application, maybe you didn't use Publisher, you use the web authoring software, your scores will start from here. And then we look at the product. So that's what you need to note. You begin by losing 3 marks. Then we look at manipulation and yours is here. But if you have used the right application, you get the 3. Then we look at the manipulation under 4 or 5. If the item is not calling for an offline document, it is calling for an online platform. And an online platform requires a candidate to use a web authoring software or HTML text editors. Examples of web authoring software: some schools are using Expression Web 3 or 4. Others are using WordPress. Others are using Dreamweaver. Others are using FrontPage. Others are using Visual Studio Code. Others are using HTML editors like Sublime. What you see is what you get, etc., to design and publish a minimum of 3 web pages that should be well linked. While you are designing and publishing an online platform, the following interface tools should be considered. So Members, are we together so far? Let me hear the yes section. For those who have questions, please let us wait. Because I'm saying when we got these questions, we may not finish. Please, let's keep waiting. We said item 2, if the task is saying design an offline document, we said we need to use publisher if it is what you are using, and design what we have mentioned. And if the task is saying create an online platform, use a web authoring software to do that. So these are the interface tools that we need to use when we are in a web authoring software. If you open a web authoring software, these are the tools that you are going to use. At least ensure you have used the tables, you have used the form, which is a must. A form is an online, it can be an online registration form. It can be a feedback form or a queries form. Then we need to see headers and footers, images that must be resized. One can consider putting columns. Maybe if it is a different web authoring software like WordPress, you put columns. Consider putting top banners, then page design and layout, background colors, or one can put covers. For example, in WordPress, they are called covers. Then general text formatting. One would use some templates, maybe in Expression Web, put some borders, a marquee as a must. So we are looking at marquee, the forms as key areas, top banners, headers and footers. Then the horizontal lines. In some softwares, it is called the separator. That is in WordPress, horizontal line, in Expression Web, Dreamweaver, that is it. So we need to ensure that most of those features are put, and above all, the page properties, because you need to name your page, maybe home page, about us, showroom, etc. So when you are going to design a website, you need to begin with planning. Under planning, say, for example, I'm going to create the home page. This is what I will put on the home page. Then I will create about us. I talk about us as an organization, when we started, the key players of the organization, put some images there, put some tables, then showroom, a gallery of what you are going to showcase. Then the contact us page, which of course will have the form. And so we are saying the key areas is planning. Get an answer sheet and do the planning of how your pages will be. So because we use different web authoring softwares, I may not demonstrate all of them, but at least I'm going to show how we start. For example, how do we work while we are in Expression Web? Maybe how do we lay our pages? So something like that. So I'm going to request that if you are here and you want to know how to lay your pages, maybe in Expression Web, in WordPress, in Dreamweaver, please visit my YouTube channel. When you go on the internet, please, these remaining days, go on, open any web browser, you type there YouTube. When you go to YouTube, type there YouTube. When you go to YouTube, come and search for Kakur Bernard. When you search for Kakur Bernard, for example, the session we are doing here, it is here. You can see that actually we are not the only ones on Zoom. You can see 245 people are watching live because the session is live. When you go on YouTube, you will look for that logo, Kakur Bernard, click on it. Once you reach there, go under videos, you will find a number of videos. For example, designing websites using Expression Web, Dreamweaver, etc. So one can come under search here and say Dreamweaver, press enter. So you'll find using Dreamweaver to design a static website or online platform during UNEB exam. Play that video and enjoy it. If you want to know how to use Expression Web, tap here, Expression Web, enter. Or just type Kakur Bernard Expression Web. You will reach here. Lesson 4, lesson 2, 5, 1. You can see there are a number of video lessons about designing websites using Expression Web. If you are at school, you are using WordPress, type here WordPress. Press enter. So you'll find lesson 1, how to prepare your computer lab for designing website using WordPress. Lesson 1, lesson 2, 3, 4, 5. All those are lessons about WordPress. So I've prepared a number of video lessons on how best you can use those web authoring softwares. Basically, so far 3, Expression Web, WordPress, and Dreamweaver. I haven't used the HTML just because those are text editors and we prefer using web authoring softwares because they have that capability. So watch those videos and perfect yourself before the final paper while you are going to create an online platform. So when it comes to an offline document, we can ease the work by using the templates. We can use the templates. So let me stop and share the other screen generally. Please prepare the questions. We are soon finishing. So while you are preparing for an offline document, in your folder, I think you can see my screen. Are you seeing my folder? Say yes in the chat section. Someone is asking which web authoring software are we going to use in UNEB? UNEB does not recommend any software to use, but your teachers must have taught you a number of softwares, or at least one. I've indicated a variety: WordPress, Expression Web, Sublime, Dreamweaver, FrontPage, Notepad, whatever you have studied with, it's what you use in the exam. Are we together? We don't have to say that all of you are using Expression Web. No, whatever you have studied with is what you use. So if you are looking at my screen, let's proceed. So we are saying when you are going to do item 2, now item 1 is done, create a folder, go to new, item 2. That is your folder. And inside here, right click, go to new, for example, Microsoft Publisher document. When you go here, give it a name, Kakur Bernard 062, open your Publisher document. Once you have opened your Publisher document, depending on what the task is, it is saying create an offline document, and we said we can create a flyer, a poster, a calendar, brochure, newsletter, etc. So that means that here you are going to go to page design, change template, click home. I've said if you are going to create any of those platforms, go to page design, change template, click home. If you are going to create a brochure, click here brochures, pick any template of your choice. Pick any template of your choice and start working. Fill the information there, delete those images, use the ones provided, put the information everywhere. Then go to page 2, do the same. and fill the information there. If you're not designing a brochure, go page design, change template, home. Maybe you are designing a newsletter. Click newsletters, pick a design of your choice, and then start putting information, detailed information, date and time, etc. Put the information within all those placeholders, and then go to page 2, do the same, fill information in those placeholders. If you're not using publisher, go page, you are not designing a newsletter, maybe yours is a certificate, choose our certificate. Home, go home, choose our certificate, pick a template, something like that, and then start working with that template for your certificate. Hopefully we are following. Hopefully we are following. And then I want CSs. Okay. So if you are not designing from a template, then you are using from scratch. For example, if I have opened my publisher document, and I want to design from scratch, maybe it is a book cover, I will go page design, and I look at landscape. Then also after that, I'm going to divide this page maybe into sections. So I go to insert, I pick a shape, for example, a rounded rectangle or even a rectangle itself. I draw one shape here, something like that. Then I can have the same shape here. So hold down Control. I want to minimize a bit. Hold down Control. Hold down Control. So we have one shape here. This one can be for the front page of your book cover. This one can be for the back cover. And here we are putting what we call a spin. For example, when you look at this book cover here, let me showcase one of the book covers. For example, when you look at this book cover, here we have the front, here we have the spin, here we have the back cover. That's what we call the book cover. So first divide your page into these sections, then you right click, add the text, you start putting the content there. Then here you can also draw a smaller text box here for the spin, and you also design it. Then above all, we need headers and footers in any publication you have made. Go to page design, go to insert, headers and footers, put your headers, for example, 062, go to footer, this is Kakuru Bernard, then close the master page, and in this work, you must put the background colors, go to page design, background color, choose any background for your cover image. Maybe something like that is a background image. Sorry, background. So don't forget that. And on printing, click File, Print. Then here, make sure it is A4. And make sure it is on one page. And then you click on Print. Make sure you are detailed in your publication. Again, when it comes to a web authoring software, you must go in the support files, get the images of item 2, you copy them. Before you start designing, copy them. Go to your working folder, under item 2, paste the image 2 in that item 2. Paste all the images and start working. Make sure that the images are with the HTML files together. Now, That is how we are supposed to handle item 1 and item 2. I have not designed any online platform. I've given you the platform where to get all those videos and practice. The same platform has offline documents. When you go on that website, if you want to design a book cover, the videos are there. You want to design a brochure, the videos are there. You want to design a menu, the videos are there. Please utilize that YouTube channel till when you are doing your final paper. But I'm hopeful that the session we have had today is enough to make us get a number of A's. Then, when you are printing your work, make sure it fits on paper and not overflowing. Make sure the work fits on paper and not overflowing. That's why we said in Excel, make sure you go to page setup, choose A4, and fit to one page. So then when you are in database, when you are printing those queries, when you are printing your queries, that is Kakuru Bernard 62. Hopefully my screen is again clear everywhere, even in the folder where I am. Say yes in the chat section. If the screen is clear, say yes. Okay. Now, once I open database, that means that I will open a table. I got file, print, preview. Click file, print, preview. So from here, you are able to see, for example, my table won't fit. Something is missing. So click landscape. Everything will be there. Then click on print. Okay. Then if you are printing queries also, open, click file, print, preview. Check. Put it to landscape, print, okay. The form, click file, print, preview. Check. Then print, okay. Lastly, report. Click file, print, preview. If something will be cut, put it to landscape like that. Print, okay. That's how you print your database work. If it is Excel, we have already seen that first put everything in landscape. When I'm printing, it means that it is having my headers and footers in A4 or that. Same for Microsoft Word. When I open Word, I click file, print. When I click on print, make sure you choose A4. Then you click on print. All your work will be printed. When it comes to PowerPoint, if your work is in PowerPoint, if you did work in PowerPoint, we expect you to go to File, Print, then here under Full Page Slides, choose Handouts. Choose Handouts so that your work is printed in Handouts. That is for PowerPoint. PowerPoint, print, handouts. So from here, that is the printing. So to continue, burning. You must burn all your work on a CD. And when burning is done, label your CD with a permanent marker. You write Kakuru Bernard with a permanent marker, Kakuru Bernard 062. Like that. So those who don't know how to burn work on the CD, again, the reference website is there. I've said, let's go to that YouTube channel, Kakuru Bernard. When you go to the YouTube channel, Kakuru Bernard, here you can search for burning work. So when you tap burning work, you will find this video, how to burn work on CD for S4 candidates 2024. Utilize that video. It is just like 10 minutes. You will be done with the procedures on how to burn work on CD. Now, As we proceed, these are the key takeaways as we end our discussion. Candidates, the way forward passing ICT is that on item 1, let us describe the tool. After describing the tool, let us ensure that it is in line with the scenario and then give its safeguarding measure. Then on item 2 and item 3, we are looking at causes or consequences and solutions. When you are handling e-waste, make sure you bring a measure, a stakeholder, and their roles. Remember to read very well in case there is a data breach, where data will be misused, and tell us how to mitigate it. In case you joined when we had finished that section, please rewind and go back to element of construct 2 and see how best you have to present your answers. Then we are saying, please, ideas are better presented in form of brief and precise paragraphs. We have seen all that on how to present our work. Please, let's not outline the tools because we shall not score very well. You can only get 1 weight if you have just outlined the tools or you have just outlined the measures. Let's be in details and produce work of a competence-based assessment, which requires the HOTS. We need to see the high order thinking in you. Don't bring them at the low level. So we need to see those paragraphs bringing out the HOTS. So please, we need to ensure that we number our work very well. Number your work very well. Section A, item 1. Section B, item 2. That is section B, part 1. Then section B, part 2, item 4. So, number your work very well. And above all, let us write very well. We don't want the assessors to keep writing N stroke A in your work because they have not understood what you are writing. Then, more to that, candidates, remember to give introductions that are focused on the scenario, highlighting problems presented, give conclusions or recommendations, because all those give you marks. Then we need to communicate effectively. That's why we are going to be using the paragraphs so that we can communicate effectively. We need to see creativity and innovation skills. See the task, think about it, decide, then do. That's why we need to see creativity in your answers. To begin with, a computer set. More to that, secondly, in addition, let's have creativity in your work while you are using those paragraphs at best. Then let us include images from the support files and put them in the working folder, like the way I did it there on item 2. Then let us please understand the scenario so that we get to know the scenario well. Reading the scenario carefully to ensure there is a clear understanding of the context, including the characters, the setting, and the issues presented. Finally, we need to see the product. Print all your work, burn all your work, because we need soft copy. We also need hard copy of your work. If all this is done well, we are good to go. So I will again wish you good luck in your exams. And I'm sure if you follow whatever we have been discussing today, success in your new lower secondary ICT exams, both theory and practical. Me, I will jubilate seeing a number of A's coming from different schools, those who have attended today's seminar, those who are live streaming on YouTube, and those who have been here, even those who were making noise in the chat section. Me, I'm sure you should be able to do very well. So keep following me on my YouTube channel until when you do your exams. I will keep giving you updates, how to do items, how to attempt item 1 properly, how can you create a good website, and all that. Keep following. This is my contact 077-56-107-62. My email is here, kakurbernard5@gmail.com. So note down my contact in case you want to WhatsApp me. It is available. You can even make a phone call. And this is my email. My contact is 77-56-107-62. My email is kakurbernard5@gmail.com. CABS ICT Resources Center Limited is here to keep serving you to ensure that we really do well in ICT. CABS ICT Resources Center has a number of goods for grabs. Here we have some good t-shirts. You can grab a t-shirt for yourself. This is how the back end is branded, and that is how the front end is branded. Good t-shirts from CABS ICT Resources Center. Each t-shirt is for 45,000. These are good t-shirts. Grab one for yourself by contacting me on that very number, 077-56-107-62. Contact Mr. Kakur Bernard and grab your own t-shirt. CABS ICT Resources Center has done good for you this very year, and we are expecting more as to come. If not t-shirts, teachers, you can grab these external storage devices. You can grab this SSD. It has a very high speed, even this one. These SSDs are for 512 GB. Portable and very fast. If not, you can grab a HDD. This is 500 GB. It is always loaded with CABS content, the videos, the papers and their answers, the softwares you need for your lab, etc. If not the hard disk, you are grabbing books. This is ICT Mastery for Uganda's Competence Best. You can go in any bookshop now and you find that book. The market price is 48,000 for that very book, ICT Mastery. Go to Aristoc, go to other bookshops around Kampala and other districts. They have started ordering. The book is for 48,000 market price, ICT Mastery. From senior 1 to senior 4, it even has notes, items and their answers, etc. Practical and theory. Then designing websites using WordPress, grab that book. Even for Expression Web is there. Those in A level, the aligned curriculum. This is senior 6 learner's book for you to grab. This learner's book, of course, has its teacher's guide. This learner's book is for 35K. The teacher's guide is here for senior 6. This teacher's guide market price is 45,000. Get that book. Senior 5 learner's book, also 35K. Grab a copy for senior 5. This is learner's book, aligned curriculum, the new curriculum for A level. Senior 5 teacher's guide is also there for the aligned curriculum. Market price 45K in all those bookshops. Grab a copy. So generally, CABS ICT Resources Center is bridging the digital divide. Hopefully we understand digital divide through trainings. For example, today we have been in a training, and by providing you with resources. Resources include those books. Resources include those past papers you have been using. Resources include this very YouTube channel that you are following. Here, we are trying to ensure that we eliminate digital divide through the trainings and resources. That is my contact on MTN, and those are the few services we offer. Now, I will need questions. Time for questions. You raise the hand and I answer you. Questions? 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 I begin with St. Maurice SS. Talk to me. Don Puzzle be on the line.
Sir, thank you for the session. So, for me, I would like to ask you about the item 1.
Yes.
You talked about the recommendation. I was asking, is that the only way for making the report? Like, I saw it's taking a lot of time, and I might end up not finishing the paper. So, is there any other way I can present my recommendation? Another question is,
So, sir, I just wanted to know, because when you was presenting item 1, you try to to present different ways. But I'm asking on item 2, while designing a website, for example, am I allowed to put even some pages which are not recognized by the item, just to score the mark, see, or I give the relevant only?
Thank you, sir.
It's better you give the relevant pages. Better give the relevant pages that are important, and we have said a minimum 2 pages. I mean 3 pages minimum, 3 to 4 pages. And then someone said that on item 1, I used the number of applications. We said item 1. For item 1, we must use minimum 2 applications. So it's up to you to see, am I using Excel to do computations, or I'm going to do it in database? But remember, item 1 normally requires at least you to do a graph. Then if they have asked you a comprehensive report, involve Word. Then at times, it may involve PowerPoint where you have to create the slides. So make sure that out of the 4, you have used the minimum of 2. But one can use even all the 4, depending if they are applicable. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Provided you find that all the tasks you have achieved them, and maybe all those key areas in the scenario A, B, C. If you find that they have been achieved in 2 applications, that is good. Let me have a question from Khalifa. Khalifa? Is it Khalifa or Khalifa? SS? Yes.
Government. Why you? I was going to ask you a question. Ask.
Can you ask?
Hey.
If you are not serious, let's give the
Greetings.
platform to others.
Greetings.
Yes.
I was just asking, why didn't you talk about database?
Where?
Database during the access, as in, and even to be specific, PowerPoint.
Yes, because the item we did, for example, never required PowerPoint. PowerPoint was not necessary there.
So at the YouTube channel, we can find more things on
Please,
PowerPoint.
when you go there, if you are interested in a number of PowerPoint, please come here and search for item 1. I don't know if my screen is clear.
It's
Are you
clear.
seeing YouTube channel?
Yes.
Yes. So here, when you go to item 1, I want you to watch this video. Here, attempting item 1 that involves Excel, PowerPoint, and Word to come up with a report. Are you seeing that video lesson? Yes, that's the one.
So instead of
you will
using
find.
Word to come up with the report, you can use PowerPoint.
No, I want you to watch the video and see how the 3 applications come together. You are not using PowerPoint to come up with a report, but PowerPoint is for the slides.
Okay. Can they be specific that they want that you should involve PowerPoint?
No.
Oh.
We are saying the task is here. It's up to you to use the 4 applications according to the task, and you saw me working with them. So there is no task that is going to tell you, use PowerPoint, use database. No, you must manipulate data using different application programs. And we have seen those programs are 4. So read the task, understand it, open the support files, and then plan your applications to use.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome. Another question. Let me pick from Let me go to St. Peter's. St. Peter's. If I unmute you, you lose the chance. We go to the next St. Peter's. St. Peter's, go on.
Greetings.
Greetings, yes.
I just want to ask about the theory paper.
Yes.
Can those UNEP people ask us about other topics, or they are just kind of, are they just limited from these usual topics that we've been saying? For example, these ones of UST, these ones asking us the tools, others asking us about the information access.
I thought that this facilitation was very clear, because that was the purpose of showing you that when you are in item 1, ensure that you grasp those topics. And if you missed anything, please go back on YouTube, play that video again, pause it, and understand what you never understood. We must set in line with what is standard. These are the elements of construct from the curriculum development up to assessment. So we can't set things outside. That will not be a standard paper.
It means it's such topics like for software, whatever, they will not be present, eh?
What do you mean by topics? Have you been dealing with questions like what is a software?
And that's what I'm asking. I've not been seeing them.
There, those are not there. It is a scenario. You must understand the scenario and attempt it. Let me have a question from Padel Labs. Padel Labs.
Yes.
Go on
Thank
and
you very much. My inquiry is how many tools will they require for you to use, the minimum tools to be used in each application that you may apply, either in Word, in Excel, minimum, how many?
We are not having a minimum.
Yes, minimum tools that you use maybe in Word.
We are not having minimum because we want a learner to display the skills like the way they can manage. We don't have minimum. So when you open Microsoft Word, because now, for example, here, when I open Microsoft Word and the item is not requiring for mail merge, will you put mail merge there? You get?
No.
If the item doesn't require table of contents, you don't need to put them there. You get?
Okay. Yes.
Yes. But most of the things are supposed to be there. Okay? Yes. When you go to Excel and the item doesn't require an if or a count if, but at least we expect you maybe to do a rank there. Okay? So there are no minimum, but depending on the task. But for me here was to show you what is important for every application. There are no minimum. It depends on the task and how you are going to manipulate. That was Padel Labs. Let's have from Don Pazzo. Don Pazzo. If the chance skips you, I go to Standard High School. Okay, Don Pazzo.
Yes, sir, Don Pazzo. Yes, sir, the question was, you taught us how to import, but you never clarified us on how to export data.
No, exporting is not all that common because generally you need to import data from one application to another. For example, what do you want to export?
For example, if like they want a query you have made in database and they want it in Excel.
And paste is enough.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hey, so when you go there, when you have opened your let me share the entire screen. If you are in your item 1, you are in database. For you are interested in exporting, if this is a query of roll balance, just highlight it, copy. When you go in Microsoft Word,
yes.
When you go in Word, where is my Word?
Another question, sir. So you
So when
did
you go
not
in
teach
what?
us
You
something
paste.
like mail magic.
Are you saying that is pasting? So
Yes,
just copy and paste. Now, if you're interested in mail merge, please, I've said let's use this YouTube channel. If your problem is mail merge, are you seeing my screen? Yes?
Yes.
Come here and search for
Yes.
mail merge. Mail merge.
Yes.
When you type
Yes.
mail merge, the video is here. How to mail merge in Word. Only 11 minutes. Teach yourself.
Okay.
And
Okay,
then
thank you so
the item that requires mail merge, I want you to go and watch, let's say, maybe you can mute if your questions are done.
Yes.
Yes, you mute.
Muting.
So mail merge, when you got item 1, I want you to go through this item. I'm going to show you the item you're going to watch that involves mail merge. Mail merge. To produce personalized letters. The item is here. How to answer item 1, manipulating data using different application programs. Go and watch that item, that scenario. Let me have questions from UK, P, GSH.
My question is there any way we can link the first spreadsheet to all the other spreadsheets, in that when you change anything in the first spreadsheet, all the others change automatically?
That one I'm not getting you well, but what is important is to manipulate and attempt the task. Let me have a question from Bunjako. Bunjako? Bunjako, are you there? Ichwamba, please. Okay, Bunjako first. Yes. Can you ask? So not ready. Let's hear from Peas.
I was asking that when time comes, you have not yet put the mark here, as you've said is compulsory. Will you score my or you will leave it?
You have to score what you have done. We score what you have done. If the mark is not there, we score what you have done. Maybe tables, the content, the logos, the title, the horizontal line, etc. But I would request you, please, if you are not yet okay, watch these video lessons on how to design website. Whichever software you are using at your school, go and practice. We still have some time to do that practical paper. Go and practice. Let me hear from Stephen Mukonyez. Stephen? Okay, so I think there are no more questions.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Stephen, talk to me.
Yes, good evening again, sir.
Please hit the point.
Yes, I was saying, I was watching, as we were watching one of your videos on YouTube, I found out that you were just designing websites, but without templates. But can we use templates like for expression web templates to attempt those items? Because
Do you
you
see
just
here?
generated for your own.
Are you seeing here? These are the
Yes.
application tools under, and I've mentioned the templates.
Yes.
Hey.
Therefore, I'm good to go there.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Welcome. Let's have a hand from Rukoni SS. Connie, are you ready?
Yes. For us, we want to ask, when linking pages in HTML, the steps to follow.
When linking in what?
When linking pages in website using HTML, there are steps to follow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me also hear from Peace again. Peace. Let me get 3 questions and we finish. Peace. Bunjako. Stephen, you have a question? We need to conclude.
Yes, I have a question. My question is about web designing. And I'm asking that how do we produce the hard copy of our website?
You have to print it, and on printing a website, for example, let me share my screen. If you have designed your online platform and you would like to print it, for example, here is my website. Are you able to see my screen? Are you seeing my screen? Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yes, so from here, if you want to print, so you have designed your home page, you have designed your about us, you have designed our services page, maybe health services, and finally the contact us page. So right click and choose print. So when you tap on print, choose either portrait or landscape here. Then after click on print or Control P. That's the hard copy of the work. After that, go to another page, Control P or right click, print. That's how you print your pages. Another question is from Stephen. Stephen? 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 Okay. Can I hear, maybe some members are not unmuting, just unmute and talk to me. Yes, St. Peter's? St. Peter's? St. Peter's, we are soon closing our session.
Rukoni, then sir, you have not answered our question. Then again, when you are in website, you find that you have entered the images and there are different codes that appear. And when you put the mapping, all the things.
What do you use to design a website?
Notepad.
Eh?
Notepad.
Yes, sir.
You are using Notepad?
Yes.
Oh. Now, if you are using Notepad, the best code is called, if you are linking your pages and for example you have your home page.
Yeah, you're good. Unmuted.
You are going to write, you open the tab and say, let me share my screen here. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Are you seeing my screen? Eh?
Yes.
Not yet. Yes.
Yes, so the code for linking, you open the tag, you put a href, it means you are linking, equals, you open quotes, then you put the page. For example, home.html, you close that. Then you put the text that you want to appear on that link. Then you close the linking from there. Those ones who ask in Notepad.
Then another one on pictures. When you put pictures in the Notepad, you find that there are some codes that appear and they disorganize the work.
I would request you work with your teacher to ensure that they give you the best that you want before you do the paper. Huh?
Yes.
Yes. Practice properly before you do the paper. Don't be far from your teacher. Make sure you ask him all those issues, you sort them with your notepad. Okay?
Yes.
But you know, when you are putting an image, you put image source.
Excuse, sir.
You open, yes?
I was saying in paper 1,
yes,
paper 1, item 5. Yes.
I can't hear you very well, but at least allow we conclude the session from here. I have given you my contact. Keep in touch with me. If you want to WhatsApp me, please WhatsApp me, and we keep in touch. Okay? Isn't it? So all of you have received my contact. Let's keep in touch. For any issues that arise, please inbox me. I wish you success in your exams. Have a great evening. Jabras.